Hello, and welcome aboard the Dream Harrier, the ship that flies through gaming space. This game does have music, for some reason this opening menu is way quieter than the rest of the game. And, it just, like, dips out after a while. It's like, I'm done. Otherwise, it's a very nice song. I have to hear it the whole time because it doesn't go away. So I have to hear it on top of the pre-stream music. How's everyone doing tonight? How are you doing, Navjack, Plombo, everyone else out there in gaming space? Hi, I'm Snake Man. I'm the captain of the Dream Harrier, the ship that flies through gaming space. We've been kind of having a mid-2000s, I guess not mid, this is like mid of the last half, third quarter. Look. It's in the 2000s, that's the range I've been going with. We've been playing a lot of games from the 2000s to the 2010s, from indie games to even this one. This is 428 Shibuya Scramble. This is actually our third session with it. I'm having a great time. For those who are just joining us, this is a visual novel with really funny pictures, like real life pictures, instead of, art. And, has a neat little four protagonist parallel timeline thing going on. This is from Spike-Chunsoft, purveyors of things like sound novels and visual novels. I'm using a different controller, so maybe we'll be able to use the controller the whole time. This is a 8-bit Do Pro 2 that I got. I realized I could hook this up Bluetooth, and it'd be wireless. But I didn't do that before the stream. So too bad. Yeah, you probably can't hear the D-pad as much, because it's... I've been using the 360... Not the 360, the Xbox Core... Series Core controller, I think they call it, and that thing has a micro-switch D-pad, which actually feels very nice. But no, we're back to a membrane. This feels good, too. Not that, you need a controller for this game. I usually just play this one-handed unless there's options. All right, let's look at our time chart. So Tama was at a stopping point, but I must have done something that caused that to change. Now she is at a cross point. Yeah, I'm sorry. We still haven't done much of Osawa. Minorikawa's at a bad end. I think what needs to happen is that he needs to not go to that cafe. The cafe that makes him lose the directions to the event. Kano's also at a bad end. I believe his bad end is tied to either Tama or Achi. Someone needs to find the people that the boss that Minorikawa is working for and his daughter. They need to find them and get them to do something else. Again, I feel bad that we haven't done anything with Osawa. But we were doing Tama stuff last, so let's do Tama stuff. I know, I'm so indecisive. I feel like this is not a real choice, because I feel like she's not going to do anything. Chidi's just going to hang out somewhere. Let's try to get her to work with us. Let's go together. And so Chiri and I head out in search of the truck. As we make our way down Center Guy, peering in all directions, I accidentally bump right into a man who's out with his daughter. Hey, look, it's the thing I needed to happen. Oh, pardon me. I hop back to my feet and go to bow to demand an apology. Ow. But But she's got a fuzzy head on. He bows at the same time, and we managed to bonk our heads together. Maybe it's not so fuzzy. It looks really soft and fuzzy. So sorry. As her dad drops to his knees, clutching his head, the girl begins to wander off. She's just gone. Hana, wait. The man lurches to his feet and rushes after the girl. She seems like an odd kid, only 10 or so, but strangely cold and distant for her age. Well, her dad keeps trying to kill himself. So we might have not stopped them. We might have caused the events to happen. But let's find out. As we make our way back down the road, Chiri's eyes light up upon a cafe. Man, I am super hungry, she mutters. Not now, we have to find that truck. Yeah, I know. I stride purposefully along, and though Chidi flashes the eatery a long, lingering look, she falls into step behind me. Chidi and I wander around town for another 10 minutes or so. Hey, we're at the Scramble. We don't see any sign of the truck, though. Or maybe this is just a different intersection. No, Chiri needs her own game. Also, Chiri's not in the shot. We don't see any sign of the truck, though. I sigh. It really is good and gone, huh? I turn to look back at Chidi. Huh? Wait, what? I like this guy looking back. Chidi's gone. She must have slipped away from me at some point. I take a quick look around, but there's no sign of her. When did she split off? She was just there 2 or 3 minutes ago. Oh, I love the giant G-Shock. I know, there's so many people that are like, oh, they're doing a photo shoot. I gotta see what that's about. I kind of want to, like, I don't wear watches, and I have a smartwatch. It's like, it's from Wise. It was actually only like 20 bucks or so. It was pretty good. But now that I don't work, and I needed it for work, I feel like I should find like an old G-Shock or something. They're pretty cool. It's 12:35. The sales demo starts in 25 minutes. What do I do? I don't have time to go looking for Chidi. Guess I'll have to keep searching for the truck myself, then. But I have no clues to go on, so I don't know how I'm ever gonna find it. Ugh. What should I do? Keep out. So we actually reached the keep out point with her, which is interesting. Keep out point is a stopping point. That means that we need to find a way to progress past via a jump point from someone else. I wish it defaulted to this view. I like this view better than the character view, even though you get to see the characters animate. And you get to see Tama do a little dance. Alright, we're gonna try Osawa now. Yeah, I know. I just want to go to where I last left them. I don't think this is where I last left them, right? Oh, maybe it is. The rain won't let up. No matter how much time passes, it just won't stop. Ever since that day, the sound of raindrops has been burned into my mind. Such an awful, heart-rending sound, driving me to strip my life down to shadows. And yet, no matter what else I abandon, nothing will make the sound of the rain stop. I do feel like Osawa needs some levity, like, in his story. His story is very dark. Like, I'm cool with going from, like, dark to funny because I play Yakuza games, and everyone else is fine. I guess that is the Banana Detective's job, you're right. I just want something good to happen to Osawa, man. Osawa stared at the postcard that was nestled into the final page of the photo album. He'd purchased it 2 years earlier while on a trip with Maria to the Middle East. Oops, that's the wrong button. I'm a new controller. Give me a sec. Originally used to indicate Iran, Afghanistan, and the region surrounding them. In modern times, the term refers to part of southwestern Asia, including India and Afghanistan, and a section of northeastern Africa along the Mediterranean coast. However, in Japan, as well as the US, the term Middle East is often understood to refer specifically to those parts of the region with a strong Islamic influence. He mentioned that he was just being sent there on business, and Maria had just blurted out, "I want to go with you." She'd recently developed an interest in the Middle East conflict, and apparently she had been yearning to see the area firsthand. The ongoing friction in the Palestine region between the Jewish people who founded the nation of Israel and the Arabs who had been living there previously. The religious and historical context of this cultural clash is well beyond the scope of what can be elucidated here. Yeah, buddy. You don't say. God, this is a video game, huh? This is a video game of all time. His daughter's newfound curiosity had taken him aback. She had always tended to be quiet and self-contained. The clumsy conversations aboard the airplane, the meals eaten together in awkward silence, it all felt like such a distant memory to Osawa now. Right, Maria's the daughter that seemed sad, and also was the first one to get kidnapped. Ma'am, I'm afraid I can't let you do that. He heard Kajiwara's voice outside the door. Why ever not? I'm just going out for a bit. The detective was arguing with I. Great. And just who was it who told me I should try to go about my life as normal, Osawa's wife sneered. I really dislike her. I think that's the point. That's the point of her. Ma'am, please, How would you feel about being told to just sit around and wait? Ai's angry shriek jerked Osawa to his feet. He hurried from the study to try to calm her down. Ma'am, please wait. I like these slippers. But by the time Osawa had made his way downstairs, his wife had already stormed outside, despite Kajiwara's attempts to stop her. Yeah, I mean, that would solve a lot of things, but also just, like, he would just be tuned out forever. He would just be in his work, never stopping. Osawa doubted anything he could have said would have stopped Ai from leaving. Trying to physically keep her from going out would only have made an even worse uproar. He was glad that at least it hadn't come to that. He was turning to head back to the study when Kajiwara caught his eye. Resigned, he headed down the stairs and bowed to the detective. Theme of Kajiwara. Any idea where she's going? Kajiwara asked. I mean, at a time like this? I think I had a Kajiwara voice last time and I already forgot what it was. Osawa shook his head. I wouldn't know. I didn't think so. You know, your wife really is something else. Osawa arched an eyebrow. That's one way to describe her. A rather rude way, as a matter of fact. Oh, no offense intended. It's just that ever since this case started, you've both been holed up in your own respective rooms. The more Kajiwara spoke, the more irritated Osawa became. What's your point? He demanded. I just mean you haven't been having any, marital discourse. According to one study, in roughly 6% of households, discourse between spouses is largely non-existent. Various reasons for this were offered by the couples in question. Many claimed that they were too tired to have the energy to talk, or stated, we wind up fighting when we talk, or we have nothing to talk about. This is an aggressive clock. It's an aggressive clock ticking. Mind your own business, Osawa snapped. Kajiwara dipped his head, differentially, like to differ. The two of us not talking is a new thing anyhow, Osawa added. I have a policy of not having pointless conversation. It's quite common for Kenji Osawa to make it through an entire day without having a single conversation. On many days, he opens his mouth only to eat or brush his teeth. His current record is a streak of 14 consecutive days, during which he didn't talk to anyone. Huh? It didn't look as though Kajiwara quite understood. Microorganisms such as viruses don't have conversations, and yet they still continually propagate in order to survive. Thinking about viruses, Osawa was back in familiar territory. He felt a surge of confidence. Once you have a clear purpose, conversation is unnecessary. Yeah, this guy would be completely lost in the music if he had noise-canceling headphones. And do you have a clear purpose for the relationship with your wife, Mr. Osawa? Of course I do. To be a family. Arms crossed, Kajiwara struck a thoughtful pose. At least I learned one useful thing today, Mr. Osawa. Namely that you don't like to have pointless conversations. It's a good thing to know. I love viruses. Kajiwara uncrossed his arms for a moment, then crossed them right back again, furrowing his brow. But see, that's funny. You seem to have a tendency to have pointless conversations with me, and because you keep coming to talk to me. Osawa saw red. You don't leave me much of a choice. Tanaka poked his head out of the living room. Is something the matter? He asked. No. Osawa struggled to regain his calm. Perfect timing, actually. There's something I need to talk to you about. He turned back to Kajiwara. My apologies, Detective, but would you mind giving us some privacy? Kajiwara didn't move. The detective? Osawa gave the policeman a hard look and saw him crack a smile. Yes, what is it? Kajiwara said at last. Don't you play dumb with me. Give us some privacy. Is this a discussion I shouldn't overhear? Actually, yes, it's work-related. There are business matters I'd prefer to keep confidential. Sorry. Let me have some water. That's why I don't stream after dinner. Ah, I see. Reluctantly getting to his feet, Kajiwara slipped away into the living room. Feels like something went in my throat. Tanaka, Osawa began. About those emails. He stopped abruptly. Look, he's doing his job. Kajiwara had reappeared in the living room door, staring right at them. What are you doing? Osawa demanded. Oh, they should be a comedy duo. Oh? Should I not be watching? Osawa felt like he was about to burst a blood vessel. I mean, you never told me that I couldn't watch. Because it should be obvious. The detective made a scolded puppy face, then closed the living room door. Osawa let out a heavy sigh. He'd never been an extrovert, but he didn't recall human interaction being quite this draining. Anyway, sir, Tanaka prompted. You were saying? Yes, about those emails. Something doesn't make sense. I don't understand how Mr. Makino was able to get the antiviral agent to anyone on the outside. Sharing an Akoshi Pharmaceuticals drug with external sources while it was still under development required the approval of an executive committee that included Osawa himself. There should have been no way the antiviral could have been sent out without his knowledge. Tanaka hesitated for a few moments before responding. Are you aware of the strife between the company president and the chairman? Osawa shook his head. He was a researcher through and through. Factional rivalries held no interest for him whatsoever. Makino effectively leads the chairman's team, and the antiviral agent is their pet project. Despite being the executive officer in charge of the project, however, Makino still needs the president's approval to... You know what? Forget about that right now. What do we do about security? In theory, it was physically impossible to get the antiviral out of the lab without detection. Entry to the biohazard laboratory where it was kept required fingerprint authentication from both Osawa and Tanaka. Technology that allows an individual's identity to be verified by scanning the fingerprints. It is one element of biometrics, the measurement of physical characteristics to identify individuals. There are even devices that can identify people by checking the veins in their palms of the hands, or the irises of their eyes. Oh, it's the future! I'm gonna lower the game a bit. Just a tiny bit. I'm just gonna lower it in my ears too. Without the two of them there, nobody could even get into the storage facility. Because a dangerous virus is also stored there, the lab where the antiviral is kept is protected by an ID checkpoint, as well as a sophisticated 3-tiered lock system that requires fingerprint authentication. Multiple security guards are also posted outside the laboratory entrance 24 hours a day, making it all but impossible for an unauthorized person to get into the secured storage area. Tanaka followed his drift. Yes, I see what you mean. Oh, actually I had a different voice, let me think. He inclined his head in thought as Osawa continued. Could someone have overridden the fingerprint authentication program? Let's check the entry logs for the storage section. We'll just have to ask Makino in person. We're already scheduled to talk to Makino, but I feel like Makino is not going to tell us. Could someone have overridden the fingerprint authentication program? Seems kind of over most people. I think we check the entry logs. Let's check the entry logs for the storage section. Anyone who wanted to get inside had to present their ID card to the security guard on duty. It should be possible to check the computer logs to see if there had been any suspicious activity in the system. Tanaka shook his head. I already checked the logs, sir. There was no evidence of anything suspicious. Ah, dang it. You're welcome to check for yourself, though, if you're that worried. No, I believe you. Yet the fact that the antiviral had been used for clinical testing... Either Makino had taken it from the laboratory personally, or someone working on his orders had done so. But how? Was there really some way they could have bypassed lab security without anyone else knowing? Osawa couldn't think how it would be possible. The living room door opened with a soft creak. It was Kajiwara, and he looked stiff and pale. Something terrible has happened, he said. Visions of tragedy flooded Osawa's mind. Maria. Is she... Kajiwara shook his head. No, it's not that. What is it then? Osawa asked, his voice trembling. Sir, I need you to stay calm. Osawa swallowed the lump in his throat. You see, the toilet's clogged. Okay, I take it back. There's plenty of levity. Plunger in hand, Osawa stabbed vigorously at the recalcitrant toilet bowl, struggling to loosen the unseen blockage. A cleaning utility implement consisting of a soft, hemispherical rubber suction cup attached to the end of a dowel. By pressing the cup over the opening of a drain that has been clogged, one can apply suction pressure to jostle the blockage free. Makes a variety of sounds when used, such as glop, glorp, shloop, slorp, shloop, and pop. Also, he should be doing this. We have a rule, if you clog the toilet, you're unclogging it. This is your job. Kajiwara was at his side, wiping up the floor with a rag. I guess he's helping. How did this even happen? The detective groaned. Are you kidding? I was hoping you could tell me that. The plunger sucked and slurped at the porcelain basin. This was a first for Osawa. He'd never tried to unclog a toilet before in his life. Think of it as a blessing in disguise, Mr. Osawa. What the hell are you talking about? What about this constitutes a blessing? I just meant that at least this happened before you needed to, do your business. Without the slightest hint of guile in his face, Kajiwara picked up his bucket and headed for the sink back in the washing area. Grumbling to himself, Osawa pumped the plunger over and over again. This was almost funny. Almost ridiculous, in fact. His daughter had been kidnapped, and he was stuck unclogging a toilet. He was quite possibly caught up in a major corporate conspiracy, and here he was, unclogging a toilet. Tanaka poked his head into the bathroom. Did you fix it yet? If you need to urinate, then use the restroom on the second floor. That's alright. Here's fine. Tanaka stepped in beside him and abruptly shut the bathroom door. Yaoi? Is this Yaoi? Now the two men were crammed together in the narrow lavatory. Hey, Osawa hissed. What the hell are you doing? Tanaka made eye contact with Osawa via the mirror. He spoke in a hushed voice. I've been waiting for a moment I could get you alone. What? Tanaka sidled around to face him, giving him an intense stare. Sir, could you please be quiet for a moment? Tanaka had tears in the corners of his eyes. This'll only take a moment. Osawa could feel the warm breath of his deputy whispering against his cheek. Tanaka reached for something inside his coat. Hey, come on, knock it off. Osawa lifted the plunger like a weapon. Look, if you want to talk, we can do it out there. Osawa shoved Tanaka out of the bathroom. Alright, do as you wish. Osawa closed his eyes. I want to leave Osawa to his to his fate. He's resigned to it. Alright. Do as you wish. Osawa closed his eyes. Are you sure you're ready for this? I'm not sure. This is all happening pretty fast. To be honest, I'm rather nervous. I understand, sir. I mean, now that I think of it, we do spend day in and day out in that lab together. I suppose this was bound to happen sooner or later. Sir, could you please open your eyes? I'd like you to look at this. You'll have to forgive me. This is all a bit sudden. Please, sir, take a look. No, I can't. It's just the two of us. It's probably going to shock you, I know, but please, just look. Is it really that shocking? Oh yes, very. Now please, open your eyes. Okay. No, I can't. Sir, trust me. This isn't easy for me either. Alright. Bracing himself, Osawa opened his eyes. Tanaka thrust out his cell phone. Here, take a look at this. Huh? Osawa blinked, bewildered, then refocused on the phone. He could never have anticipated what he saw on the LCD screen. Oh man, we had another keep out. No, we have a keep out. We have a choice, but I doubt it matters unless we push them out. Tama's keep out is still here. Minorikawa's still at a bad end. Kano's still at a bad end. Let's catch up with Achi. Last time we saw Achi, he was beating up the thugs that came out of the van. Then they left, and then the guy with the gun and the cane came chasing them. So we're currently running away from the guy with the cane. Running through Center Guy. I do really want to listen to the soundtrack, but again, I want to hold off until we finish this game. You never know with track listings. Achi and Hitomi scampered through the back roads along Center Guy, white sneakers and pumps slapping on the pavement. Achi kept his eyes peeled, continually checking ahead and behind as they darted through the gaps between the buildings. Finally, they stopped in a narrow alley. "There's no way he'll find us here," he said. "No one knows about this place." He took another look around and let out a sigh of relief. It seemed they'd managed to shake the gunmen for now. Back when Achi was with SOS, he had come through Center Guy practically every day. The abbreviation for Studs of Shibuya, the name given to the group by Achi when he founded it. Originally just a bunch of like-minded young people hanging out together, it has since become known as a gang that picked fights around Shibuya. The gang that started out as little more than a group of local teens. They didn't do much in particular, just horsing around and killing time. What mattered was that they were having fun. But it wasn't long before it wasn't all fun and games. Achi couldn't help but notice the slobs who were making a mess of Shibuya, dirtying it all up. He wasn't about to let them get away with it. Most frequently, it was folks who tossed cigarette butts out on the street or plastered walls in graffiti. When they didn't respond to his more gentle warnings, he found slightly more forceful ways of getting his point across. SOS got a reputation. Street punks started trying to pick fights with its members. Those guys required a bit more force to handle. And when it came to the worst of the lot, the drug dealers, the muggers, the guys who tried to force themselves on women, it was full-on battle, no holds barred. Before long, SOS had established itself as something of a vigilante corps. Soon it became known as one of the biggest gangs in Shibuya. "Let's lay low for a bit and see what happens," Achi said. The alley where they hid was like a dimly lit chasm, obscuring them from view. The only problem now was figuring out what to do next. They needed to find that blue van again, which meant figuring out the best way to get back into Dogenzaka without the man with the cane catching them once more. "Achi," Hitomi whispered. "I think I can handle myself from here." She got to her feet and gave Achi a deep bow. "Whoa," Achi held up a hand. "We've been over this already. You're not going to be okay. That guy has a gun. If you let her go up against that assassin alone, he might as well be the one to pull the trigger himself." "Thank you so much for everything you've done for me," Hitomi continued as if she hadn't heard him. She started to shuffle out of the alleyway. "Hey, what did I just say?" "Hey, Farmsteps. Have you found the Alpha Ozone?" Really, Achi, I appreciate your concern, but I can't in good conscience put you in danger anymore." "But I mean..." Achi tried to press the point, but Hitomi cut him off. "There's no good reason for you to risk yourself to keep helping me." Her tone was resolute, but Achi was determined to help her anyway. He refused to back down. Achi knew she had a point. He decided to back off. "We're not backing off." Still, Achi was determined to help her anyway. He refused to back down. "Look, I want to help you. Or, I want to help people who are in trouble. What's so wrong about that?" "Huh?" He locked eyes with Hitomi, willing her to understand. "I'm not the most dependable guy, I know that. But I just..." Hitomi dropped her gaze, and Achi trailed off, feeling like an idiot. Oh, it's no use. I'm no use. He hung his head with a sigh. Just then, a bit of light shone into the alleyway from above. It looked like someone on the adjacent building's upper floor had turned on the lights. So we have a jump point and a definition. The Nokane building. This multi-tenant building has 7 floors, but a decade-old urban legend tells of a mysterious 13th floor. A Diet Age sales demo is being held on one of the upper floors today. So this should be... So this could jumps to Tama. Yeah, let's jump to Tama. What's Tama up to? Ah, this is when Tama went into the storeroom. Okay. That's an interesting jump point, but I don't think it's helpful for our current problem. Because we've done both choices out of this path. And they both lead to her getting the items. We didn't check this other choice, but since we're at a keep out, I feel like we'll leave it. It's interesting to know that he's right there, though. Oh, does he steal the diet drinks? The light illuminated Hitomi's face. When Achi saw the look in her eyes, he reconsidered his decision. She was trying her hardest to hide it, but she was clearly terrified. No way was he letting her go back out there alone. Still, if he tried to insist, she would only refuse him again. Hitomi? Humor me for a second here. Tell me what's the proper way to dispose of a plastic bottle? She stared at him in surprise. Well, first you remove the cap and the wrapper. Then you rinse out the inside and crush it. Oh, I have not been doing that. I rinse the, soda. I don't drink soda, but someone in the house does. I rinse those, but I don't rinse anything else. I rinse anything that's dairy or soda or sugary. And then I keep the... I don't take the wrapper off either. I hope I haven't been ruining the recycling. Achi let out the breath he'd been holding. Yeah, it could be just a Japanese thing. Okay, good. Huh? I don't understand. What's good? Kabedan, you gave me a reason why I have to help you out. I super respect people who respect the environment. I'm one of those whatchamacallits, an environmentalist. Achi pointed at his mean, clean t-shirt. Hitomi hesitated. And what was your plan if I'd said the answer was to toss the plastic in the trash? Then you'd go in the trash. Yeah, Achi's kind of dumb, but he knows the word environmentalist. He's probably been called that many times. Well then, I need to stick with you to help teach you. Environmental awareness begins with good education. So then you were going to tag along with me regardless. Look, I'm just super pumped to learn that you care so much about proper recycling. Achi cracked a huge grin. Okay then. Okay? If you're really that sure about it, I guess I could use your help a little while longer. Farmsteads, this game is crazed. Earlier, a guy was contemplating about his kidnapped daughter, and then also being implicated in some kind of crazy virus scheme that might have killed some people. And then he had to go unclog a toilet. Hitomi flashed him a little smile. Man, she's so cute, Achi thought. Oh, he's pointing now. Then something else caught his eye. Huh? What's that there? It looked like some... Oh, it's because... Remember we went back and fought the cockroach? and it left. It flew out the window as Tama. That's where it's landing. It looked like something black was stuck to the top of her head. Achi, what are you staring at? You've got something stuck there. What, on my head? Without thinking, Hitomi reached up and plucked it off. It was about 10 centimeters long. Its body a glistening black, sporting feelers and several pairs of legs. It began to writhe and wriggle between Hitomi's slender fingers. Gah! Achi yelped. It's a cockroach! He jumped backwards, but Hitomi didn't so much as flinch. Phew, sorry, that gave me a bit of a start, he continued. Achi has a weakness. Guess it must have fallen out of the window up there. Still, Hitomi did not move. Oh, maybe she's just paralyzed? Hitomi? She didn't appear to hear him. Hello? Hitomi? Ugh. With muffled gurgle, Hitomi passed out on the spot, her body as stiff as a mannequin. Oh, she hit the deck. What? Hitomi, are you okay? Hitomi! 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 But no matter how loudly Achi called her name, Hitomi would not come to. Oh, I'm okay. I am in like a bad end, I think. From that day onward, Achi devoted even more of his time and energy to collecting trash. It became his personal passion to see that his city was a clean one, devoid of cockroaches. That was the mandate he had been handed, or if nothing else, his atonement. What happened to Hitomi? Oh, she died. No. Hitomi's gone. Yes, Kajarden. Hitomi passed out after a cockroach fell onto her head from out of nowhere. Well, not out of nowhere exactly. Hitomi and Achi were right underneath the Nokane building, where they're selling Burning Hammer. A cat and a cockroach had been fighting it out on one of the upper floors. The cat was victorious, but if it had run away instead, things would have turned out differently down below. I'm so glad I went back to fight the cockroach, because we got like a really awesome little scene of her fighting the cockroach, and we got this bad ending. So it worked out. Alright, Tama. See, we've done both options. Alright, let's make a run for it. Okay. Everything's the same. I'll get her back to her end. Okay, she's back at her keep out. That's so funny. So that's why there's a jump point to here. We had such a touching moment. Just then, a bit of light shone into the alleyway from above. It looked like someone on the adjacent building's upper floor had turned on the lights. The light illuminated Hitomi's face. Alright, so we'll go back to... Okay, then. Okay? You're really sure about it. I guess I could use your help a little while longer. So we're going back to the Kabadan scene. Okay, then. Okay? If you're really that sure about it, I guess I could use your help a little while longer. Hitomi flashed him a little smile. Man, she's so cute, Achi thought. Cockroach. No. What if the cockroach was the key to saving her? Sneaking out from the alley, Achi and Hitomi began to make their way along the side streets back towards Dogenzaka. I kind of wish this text had like a drop shadow or something. It's got a stroke, which is okay, but it does get a little messy. It was a pretty big detour compared to taking the main thoroughfares, but But that would be worth it if it meant they avoided the man with the cane. Achi looked over at Hitomi as she walked alongside him. Her face was solemn. He could feel the intensity of her worry for her sister. Oh, well, look who's got himself a little cutie. The sudden call startled him. He spun around. Yo, Mean Clean, over here. Achi spotted a young man up ahead, sneering at him. At his side were two others. Achi recognized the lot. Okay, I recognize the guy got his head damaged. We saw that in Kano's timeline. SOS. Hitomi let out a nervous squeak. Squeak? Achi? Don't worry about them. He led her onward, attempting to stride right past the trio. Whoa, hey now, you're just gonna ignore me? That's pretty damn rude, especially coming from someone who used to be an old buddy. The three toughs moved to bar Achi's path. Ooh, she is hella fine. Come on, ain't you gonna introduce us? Extremely attractive. The etymology of hella is somewhat unclear, but its meaning is undisputed. Very, a lot, totally, and the like. Potential synonyms for hella fine include mighty fine, fine as hell, and bangin'. They need some updating because this is from 2008, but you know, this is still pretty spot on. There's more terms now. Sorry, man, Achi said. I'm in a bit of a hurry here. He gave them a tepid smile. Oh, that is true. Yeah, you're right. Those terms, though, I understand. I don't understand some of the Gen Z stuff out there. A big hurry, huh? Where to? Some love hotel in Maru Yamacho? Too rich, another chimed in. She a screamer, Achi. Achi. Take a stereotypical way to poke fun at a would-be amorous couple. Now take Achi's name. There you go. It's weird. They burst out howling like a gang of monkeys. One of them cackled like a grinning idiot. Ah, Achi, ah, Achi. Ah, Achi. Achi felt his anger boil. These guys were in some sore need of a major ass kicking. But there's too much at stake. He was just gonna have to suck it up and ignore them for the time being. No. I know that guy with the Yankees hat gets his ass kicked, so it's time to get some ass kicking. These guys were in sore need of a major ass kicking. Achi stepped up to the ringleader. Look, we took on like 5 adult foreigners, one with a knife? I think we could take 3 kids. Achi stepped up to the ringleader. The tough dropped to the ground with a dull thud. It didn't take that long. Oh, sorry, that was terribly rude of me. Oh, right, the guy with the Yankee hat didn't get hurt. It was this guy. Achi kept his tone light and jovial, but he eyed the others like a hawk eyeing its prey. Is he gonna be alright? Hitomi murmured. She looked at the man Achi had laid out with some concern. Ah, he'll be fine. If that's all it took to knock him out, he's got no right to act all badass. Achi, huh? I don't believe I've had the pleasure. A taller man with an angry gleam in his eye had appeared atop the steps nearby. He must have turned up during the commotion. Rival battle. He radiated a distinct aura of menace. That's me, Achi replied. And just who are you? For once, it was someone he didn't recognize. The name's Yoji Kiryu. He used to roll with a gang from Ikebukuro until a few months ago, known as the Killer Whale of Bukuro. He answered any and all resistance with his fists. His crazy antics led to him being kicked out of the gang. However, and lately, he's been hanging out around Shibuya. I joined up with the SOS after you left. Now I'm Susumo's number 2 guy. The newcomer stared at Achi's face, sizing him up. Our legendary founder. I've heard so much about you. This fucking deadly premonition saxophone. The founder. It had been a long time since anyone had called him that. There had been a bunch of arguing over who would take charge of the new group that was forming to set things straight in Shibuya. At some point, folks had started hailing him as the force behind SOS. But founder? That was just something his buddies called him. He had never paid it much heed. I've never seen Durara or read Durara, so I don't really know much about Durara. I think there's like a biker chick who actually doesn't have a head, but wears a helmet or something. That's as far as I know about Durara. Oh, and I played the fighting game that has a Durara character in it, and he just like uses street poles and shit to beat the hell out of people. That's all I know. Shibuya was a place for fun, not hierarchies. At least in Achi's mind, that was how it ought to be. Watch Durara? Okay. Like how you busted up some mean old drug dealers, rescued the pals from Yakuza bondage. Here, bondage is used strictly in the sense of captivity. Any other types of Yakuza bondage will not be featured in this game. Sorry if the tip link here got your hopes up. Oh, I was hoping for an interactive video. You're a real hero. Kiryu's tongue flicked from his mouth like a snake's. Hitomi shuddered. Achi couldn't blame her for being creeped out. But that's all in the past now, isn't it? Kiryu continued. You went modestly on your way. It's up to us now. And we've helped SOS grow by leaps and bounds to help carry on your legacy, no matter who stands in our way. That's cool. Maybe they did it on purpose. I'm trying to think of the time period. Yeah, I feel like Durara had to be around the same time period, right? I don't know. 2008? I remember seeing it at anime conventions. I was still going to anime conventions. Okay, so it was after this. My main time of going to anime conventions was like 2005 to 2015 or something around there. Oh, okay. It might have been a book by then, but it probably... Or is it a book? It's a book? Yeah, I think it's a book, not a VN. I don't think it's a manga. Yeah, it's a book because it's by the, shit, what's that show called? Oh god, what's the show that's like 1920s and has immortal people? Yeah, Baccano. It's the same writer, right? Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. I like Baccano. Did I not read that last line? That thought didn't sit right with Achi. They're also in a shared universe? That's wonderful. There's, it's Miriam? And I forget the guy's name. They show up, right? I believe they show up. What's the guy's name? Ah, I'm blanking. I haven't watched Baccano since it like first came out. Isaac and Miria. Okay. I was close to Miriam. Isaac and Miria make a cameo in Durara. Okay. They're the immortals. Somehow. These books go places. Make SOS bigger, huh? He said. I'm guessing that was Susumu's call as well. Kiryu didn't answer his question. His mouth merely twisted into a knowing sneer. Oh, look at this hair. In any event, I think these boys here need a little lesson in manners. The guillotine ought to do the trick. A capital punishment device invented in 18th century France that condemned is executed by decapitation, by means of a heavy blade that descends from above. Named for physician Joseph Ignace Guillotine, or Guillotine, he advocated its use to the National Assembly. Both King Louis the 16th and Marie Antoinette were executed by guillotine. The other gang members started in alarm. Whoa, hey, just calm down, buddy. Please, anything but the guillotine. Kiryu pointedly ignored their pleas. Whoa, hey, what's the guillotine? Achi asked. Kiryu smirked. The guillotine is the guillotine. Well, yeah, that's needed. They don't teach kids sometimes in school. With me, worms. Without a glance back, Kiryu strolled away. His two underlings followed him unhappily. Achi wondered what lay in store for them, but right now he had more important things to worry about. Oh, is him getting hurt a trick to put me on this route? Because I'm like, oh, he's hurt, so I have to hurt him. But this is probably not the same route that Kano saw. Come on, let's go. He took Hitomi by the hand and they were back on their way. Oh, Hitomi perked up. That's me. She reached into her pocket and took out her cell phone. Huh? She stared at the screen with consternation. What is it? Achi asked. It's an email. You got a ringtone for email? From Mr. Tanaka. Who's Mr. Tanaka? He works with my father. I'm not sure what I should do. Achi remembered that the criminal had warned her against contacting her family or the police. She seemed reluctant to even open this message. I'm sure it's fine to just read an email, he said, not knowing what emails are. And besides, he's not the police, and he's not your family. Yeah, you're right. He totally wouldn't tell my dad or anything. Hitomi scanned the message anxiously. They only just shared the bathroom together. It sounds like he's worried about me, she said. Then does he know about the kidnapping? Yes, I know my father trusts him. And he's always been so... Hitomi cut herself short. Still, it was clear to Achi that she and this Tanaka person had some sort of close relationship. I wonder if it's safe for me to let him know what the situation is. I think it should be, Achi told her. I mean, the kidnappers aren't going to know you sent an email, right? What if he's the kidnappers? Hitomi began typing out a response. Achi watched over her, wild speculations running through his mind. There was no way a mild-mannered young lady like her could be dating one of her father's coworkers, was there? We have a jump point. I just want to see where it goes. This goes to Osawa 1220. This probably goes to the toilet scene, right? Yep. Here, take a look at this. Huh? Oh, by the way, they're in the toilet together. And, you know, a bathroom in Japan, it's just the toilet. So it's just like a water closet. Because they mentioned the sink being outside. Osawa could never have anticipated what he saw on the LCD screen. It was an email from Hitomi. Stifling an exclamation, he scanned the contents of the message. There's a man following me. He has a gun and I think he's trying to kill me. I'm safe for the moment, so try not to worry, except for that whole thing I'd said about a man with a gun trying to kill me. The kidnapper warned me, told me not to contact my family or the police. Please keep this email a secret. But didn't Hitomi give the kidnapper the ransom? Osawa said. What could anyone want with her now? Tanaka shook his head, uncertain. He wouldn't know any better than I would, I suppose. Do the police know about this? And if so, why haven't they said anything? He felt himself start to tremble as he searched for answers in Tanaka's silent gaze. Do you think this could be related to that other thing? I doubt it. If it were, why would they got after Hitomi? Every now and then, there's just these little typos here and there that just surprise me. Because this is such like a professional package. And this release has been out for 4 years. No, not 4 years. God, it's 2025. It's been out for 7 years. Math is hard. You think it would be buttoned up? I suppose you're right, but Osawa is shaking out right now. Tanaka laid a hand on his shoulder. First, just calm down, and let's think about what we know about the kidnapper. His composure helped Osawa keep himself under control. They've taken Maria, the vice director continued quietly, along with a ransom of 50 million yen. And now they're after Hitomi. His gaze sharpened. Sir, do you think this could be someone who holds a personal grudge against you? A grudge? Osawa considered. He couldn't think of anyone who would have a reason to attack him. He'd been too caught up in virus research since his time in school to have formed any hostile rivalries. He didn't have any enemies that he knew of. Maybe someone's jealous that I became head of a laboratory? He suggested doubtfully. He had held his position for years at this point. Why would that spur someone into kidnapping his daughter now? Has anything happened recently? Tanaka asked. Anything strange since you got back from overseas? Since I got back? Osawa's heart skipped a beat, then started pumping faster. The first thing that came to mind was the solicitation he'd gotten from the American laboratory. If he accepted the offer, it would put Akoshi Pharmaceutical in quite a bind. Possibly enough to warrant someone holding a grudge over it. But the only other person who knew about the potential transfer right now was his wife, Ai. No, Osawa said. Nothing. Not that I can think of. He couldn't bring himself to discuss the transfer with Tanaka. He felt a surge of guilt for contemplating leaving his trusted assistant behind. Yeah, you should trust him. If he did make the move to America, he planned to recommend that Tanaka replace him as the department director. Still, he didn't expect that to make up for his abandonment. Alright, I'll see what information I can find then, Tanaka said. The kidnapper had forbidden any contact with either family or the police. But Tanaka was outside of that circle, and he knew how to handle himself with discretion. I'm sorry I have to put this on you, Osawa said. And thank you. For now, let's see if we can get Hitomi to exchange some more emails. An uncomfortable thought suddenly occurred to Osawa. He blurted it out without thinking. Why do you have my daughter's contact information on your phone? Tanaka gave him a worried look. Sir, I promise I can explain once all this is over. And with that, he stepped out of the bathroom. Great question, Osawa. Splish splursh. We're still doing the toilet thing. Something in the tone of his final words left Osawa to wonder. Could it be that Tanaka and Hitomi were dating? He hoped dearly for that not to be the case. Their age difference alone made the idea a disturbing one, let alone so many other considerations. Mamoru Tanaka is 40 years old. Hitomi is 19. I don't think that's what's actually going on, but this makes them just over twice her age. This does not necessarily mean, however, that they could not date or fall for each other. Many couples with such an age difference between them wind up in a happy, committed relationship. It's his daughter, I guess? I don't know. You're always protective of your daughter, right? But I think the problem here is that I assume Tanaka has known Osawa long enough that he knew Hitomi as a little girl. That's the problem I have. Because she's only 19, and he is his long-standing, like, second-in-command deputy. Trying to put aside his paranoia, Osawa resumed his struggle with the clog in the toilet. The glossary doesn't judge. Love is love, says the glossary. Most toilet clogs are caused by buildup of flushable paper products or by solid objects inadvertently dropped into the toilet bowl. But shockingly enough, on very rare occasions, they can be caused by someone taking a dump that happens to be that big that it gets stuck in the pipe. Apologies to anyone who might be eating right now. Oh, goodness. Kajiwara reappeared, still toting the bucket. This is a face. You seem to be having a lot of trouble there, sir. He made it sound like the whole mess was Osawa's fault. Of course I am. I've never had to do this before. Really? I think the research you do would be a lot more difficult than this. Fixing toilets gives me far more trouble, I'd say. So it would seem. Kajiwara stood watching, as if Osawa's efforts made an interesting show. I don't know the first thing about viruses, sir. But I don't find unclogging toilets to be that difficult. Then you fucking do it. Oh yeah? Osawa snapped? Then how about you fix the damn thing? Kajiwara really was a world-class pro at pissing people off. Hey, Barrier Trio. It's been good. There's lots of good faces like this. I wish there was a button that lets you hide the text. Because it's really hard to get... I have to go back in the VODs to get a clean screenshot. And my head is kind of partially in the... So even if I crop, I'm still in it. So if I were to take a Steam screenshot, I would still get the text. Are you sure? You don't mind? The detective asked. We're unclogging a toilet while contemplating the kidnapping of one of our daughters and the other daughter being chased by a man with a gun. Also, we're contemplating who stole our antivirus and tested it on humans before it was ready. There's a lot of good things happening in the toilet world. Be my goddamn guest. Osawa shoved the plunger into Kajiwara's hand. I think it was a ploy by Kajiwara. I don't think it was actually clogged. Leaving the detective to handle the toilet, Osawa marched back to his study. He turned on the CD player and lay back on the sofa, squeezing his eyes shut. Oh, this is the title screen music. He was seriously on edge. Kajiwara had totally broken his stride. What now? The door to the study slid slowly open. It's Detective Kajiwara, sir. Please don't come in here without asking. My apologies, Mr. Osawa. I just wanted to inform you that the toilet has been fixed. Right, fine. Osawa hardly cared. He just wanted this guy to give him a little peace. Oh my, is that really all you have to say, sir? Nary a compliment or encouraging word? Maybe a good job, Kajiwara, or a you're getting a promotion, detective? Osawa blew out his breath in exasperation. How are you a detective? I'm not sure I get your meaning, sir. You are completely clueless. I'd like to ask your superiors to replace you with a detective who knows how to take his job seriously. I mean, they do call him the Japanese Columbo for a reason. Mr. Osawa, with all due respect, it's unusual for a precinct detective like me to be stationed here at a victim's home. What's your point? Not to brag, sir, but I happen to be an exceptional detective. Kajiwara beamed with pride. In fact, I made an excellent showing in the Superstar Detective contest we had on our police social media service. Please tell me about social media. An online platform whose primary feature is allowing people to connect with one another. The police-exclusive social media network that Kajiwara belongs to, Poxy, is very strictly regulated, with any abusive language, slander, sexual content, or lame jokes deleted almost immediately. What a police state. For a moment, Osawa thought the bolt of incredulous anger that shot through him was the onset of a stroke. It's on Poxy. You can watch it on Poxy. It's free with ads on Poxy right now. Just use Poxy. How could a single person be so utterly infuriating? And you can't tell anyone about this, Kajiwara went on obliviously. But this summer, a new detective manga is starting up based on me. Planned for serialization in the MPD's monthly PR magazine, the chapter titles have already been decided. Chapter 1, The Fabled Detective Kaji. Chapter 2, Kaji Howls at the Sun. Chapter 3, Kaji Rides the Rails. Chapter 4, Kaji at Daybreak. Chapter 5, Detective Kajak. Chapter 6, Kaji, Queen of the Street. That's a... that chapter goes in places. Chapter 7, Look out, Kaji. Chapter 8, Kaji on the Edge. Chapter 9, Dance, Kaji, Dance. Chapter 10, Space Detective Kaji. And so forth and so on. That sounds like a great read. Hey, Hexagon Witch. We're finding out about the new detective manga that's coming out. With the chapters like Kaji Howls at the Sun and Kaji, Queen of the Streets. But this summer, a new detective manga is starting up, based on me. Kajiwara is great. Osawa spat out a peal of feigned laughter. A manga? I can tell you all about the plot, sir. Would you like to hear about it? Also good screenshot. I would not. It's about a telecommuting detective who solves major crimes using just his wits and his computer. Surely you'd like to hear about that, sir. I really wouldn't. I know I may not look it, but I'm pretty handy with computers. Kajiwara's eyes drifted over to Osawa's desktop. His hand darted to the mouse. In a matter of moments, he cleared the screensaver and booted up a web browser. Hey, Osawa barked. Don't touch that. But he was too late to stop the detective. The monitor showed the page for AyaNet, a fan page devoted to Aya Kamiki. He's wearing the bathroom gloves that he unclogged the toilet with. And now they're sharing a mouse. Osawa's imminent rage stroke was beginning to make his vision grow fuzzy. You come to the site regularly, sir. Regularly? Well, I'm not sure Osawa trailed off, feeling the heat of a blush flare on his cheeks. There's a lot of stuff on this site. Is there a section you primarily spend time on? Well, I mean, for my part, I really only go to the fan forums for folks 40 and over. Ah. With a twinkle of curiosity in his eyes, Kajiwara appeared at the computer screen. Having his privacy invaded to this degree was the ultimate disgrace. Alright, Osawa huffed. You're an amazing detective, Kajiwara. Just incredible. I see you in a new light now. Now would you please get the hell out of my room? He tried to usher Kajiwara back out of the door. Please leave me alone. He got up to leave the study. Maybe if we get up, we could go somewhere. We do need to meet up with the one guy and talk about the antivirus. Now would you please leave me alone? He got up to leave the study. Sir, hold on. There's something I wanted to give you. Kajiwara reached into his pocket. I don't need a damn banana. Osawa fled the room. He needed to be alone, if only for a few moments. But even if he could somehow shake Kajiwara, the other detectives had eyes all over his house. He had reached the limits of his patience. He couldn't even think straight anymore. He headed for the back door, trying to avoid the police. Ah, we did slip out. Opening the door quietly, he slipped across the yard and out through the back fence. He didn't want to venture too far from the house. He found a tiny alley and took cover there, thankful for a few moments to himself at last. While there, he caught sight of a man and a young girl, a father and his daughter, running past on the main road. It looked as if they were running from something. The man glanced anxiously back over his shoulder, dragging his daughter by the hand. So that's the two that the guy that runs the magazine that tried to kill himself multiple times. Osawa watched absently as the pair rounded a corner and disappeared from sight. Not long after, a pair of thuggish-looking men came running along, heading in the same direction. You there, one of them called out. You see a guy and his daughter around here? Taruo Toyama and his daughter Hana. They've come to Shoto while running from loan sharks. Just moments ago, Toyama was talking on the phone with Minorikawa. So we could jump here. It might get rid of Minorikawa's keep out. I cannot jump. It will not let me. So Minorikawa is frozen in time currently. They should have come by this way. Like, we still need to figure out how to get Minorikawa. No, he is, yeah, he's stuck in a bad end right now. I could choose a different choice? No, I did choose a different choice. I got that bad end. I think I've gone through both choices, right? I think so. That's why they're both grayed out here. I need to get him... Yeah, I need to get him to not get lost. So he needs to not get to that first cafe. Because that's where he loses the directions. Or he needs to find directions. Something needs to happen to him. There's a hint of menace in his voice. Osawa feigned ignorance. Don't think so, no. Come on, Yutaro, let's go, said the older man. Alright, replied the other. The two dashed off in the direction the father and daughter had gone. Okay, he didn't stop them. Which means they are still messing with the guy by the time Kano sees them. Osawa took several long, deep breaths. He managed to calm down slightly, but the worry gnawing away inside him still lingered. Osawa groaned inwardly when he got back to his study. You're still here. Yes, sir. I was told to keep my eyes on you after all. Believe me, it shows. Mr. Osawa, if you're going to go outside, I'd appreciate it if you let me know first. What? Had Kajiwara realized he'd snuck out of the house? I mean, you're coming back in. But more importantly, Kajiwara reached back into his suit pocket. I've been meaning to give this to you. He held out a small plastic bag. Inside was a scrap of paper of some sort. What's that? Evidence? Yeah, he must have made it all the way back towards the study. This is what was clogging the toilet, sir. With some hesitation, Osawa took hold of the bag. Huh? That's... The passenger name here is listed as... Kenji Osawa. In the plastic bag was a plane ticket. Specifically, the one for his upcoming flight to the US the following week. He'd left it out on his desk. How had it wound up getting flushed down the toilet? This looks like it's pretty important, sir, Kajiwara said. I must say, it was pretty careless of you to accidentally flush it. Did his wife do it? His wife is the only one that knows he's going to America, and she is against it at all costs. A wry sort of smile came to his face. Although, the detective added, I suppose the question of who flushed it is another matter entirely. Osawa was at a loss for words. Someone had tried to flush his plane ticket on purpose. He was sure of it. He knocked on the door to Ai's room, but there was no response. It didn't look like she'd gotten back home yet. Osawa let himself in. The stinging scent of her perfume pervaded the room, which was decorated all in white. Clothes were strewn all about, as if to put her slovenliness on display. She'd been like this ever since they'd gotten married, and Osawa had long since stopped caring. It must have been I who tried to flush the ticket. He knew she didn't want him going to America, but still, couldn't she have found a better way to get rid of it? Thanks to her, he'd been stuck hunched over the damn toilet fighting with the plunger. Osawa sat down on the bed amidst the brand name clothing. Then he spotted something odd down by his feet. It was a gold cigarette lighter. Just when had I picked up smoking? Osawa picked up the lighter and set it on the shelf next to the bed. It's got an M on it. He started out of the room, but stopped as he noticed the scrapbook on the bookshelf. Probably. He just didn't want to unplug a toilet. She could have burned it. It's got a lighter. The rest of the shelf was filled with fashion magazines, so the scrapbook definitely drew his eye. Curious, he took it down and opened it. The book was filled with articles and write-ups about the results of Osawa research and the company's various achievements. Flipping through the pages took him on a trip down memory lane. There was even an old company memo welcoming Tanaka on board as his new vice director. Yeah. There was a photo of Osawa shaking Tanaka's hand at the party, celebrating his new position. It was a little peculiar to think that she had bothered to keep something so trivial. A series of magazine articles was nestled between the pages further into the book. These hadn't been clipped out for inclusion in the scrapbook itself. Osawa glanced through them. Floundering Okoshi Pharmaceutical arranges marriage of political convenience. It was a self-indulgent piece from some rag called 4-Star General Gossip, from right after he and I had gotten married. When the piece had first run, he'd been too furious to read it. Now he gave it a quick looking over. It was pretty much exactly what he'd expected. It talked about how one of the corporate directors had sacrificed his own daughter in order to keep one of his researchers on board, allowing someone else to come to harm for one's personal gain. In this case, the term is used figuratively, not literally. Referring, of course, to Makino offering Osawa Ai's hand in marriage. For those who are just joining us, Ai is our second wife. Our first wife, who bared our children, died of something? Sickness, maybe? I don't know. So Osawa remarried, and he married the daughter of the pharmaceutical place, the daughter of the owner of the pharmaceutical company. And she's kind of not interested in getting the daughters back at all. She doesn't seem to care about any of that. Rumors abound of marital strife between the newlyweds. The article went on to talk about how Ai had been dating another man before she and Osawa had gotten married. The whole thing was a bunch of puerile rubbish. Any marriage involves some kind of calculated self-interest, after all. Whatever the reason for their union, nothing changed the fact that Ai was now his wife. With a faint sigh, Osawa put the scrapbook back on the shelf. Feeling disconsolate, he returned to his study and began flipping through his CD rack. His eyes scanned for Aya Kamiki's album, For Tomorrow, Forevermore. A lot of her more experimental numbers were on that album. Given how discombobulated he felt right now, this was what he needed to hear. Again, Osawa reflected on how there'd been a time when he didn't care about music at all. He'd simply purchased copies of the most popular CD of the moment as birthday presents for his two girls. And that just happened to be an album by Aya Kamiki. He told me he was thrilled by the gift, but Maria hadn't seemed terribly fond of it. The next day, she tossed her copy back on their father's desk. Figuring that throwing it away would be a waste, Osawa had stuck the CD into his computer and gave it a listen. He was immediately bombarded by an intense beat, bolstered by bold, uplifting vocals. Aya Kamiki wrote her own lyrics, which did a fine job of conveying the emotions of a teenage girl. Osawa could hardly believe it. After listening to just one track, he was well and truly hooked. That's how it starts, man. Before the day was out, he had purchased her entire discography. He's just like me. Except I don't purchase them. Oh no. I don't have the money. Huh? He muttered. For Tomorrow should have been in the CD rack, but there's no sign of it. Where the heck is it? Why isn't it here? For a moment, he wondered if he was going crazy, and then he remembered. It was at the lab. He'd wanted something to listen to on break at work, so he brought the album there. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Not being able to listen to it made him want to hear it all the more. It wasn't like he could just go out and buy another copy right now, either. He'd just have to borrow the copy given to Hitomi all those years ago. Alright, so some newcomers, some kids might be confused by this concept. You had to go to a store and you had to buy a CD, a physical disc. It has little tiny like holes in it, and that the laser reads it as a ones and zeros, and that makes music. And he can't go out because he's being watched by the police. He can't just go over to iTunes and buy the music. No, this is 2008. That's post iPhone. He probably could. I don't know when Japan got the iPhone. Is it post iPhone? No, that's the year of the iPhone, isn't it? God, time is hard. I have to imagine iTunes was well on its way by the time they launched the iPhone, right? Oh, well, whatever. Unable to contain his need to hear that music, he went into Tomi's room. He's also like an old man, so he probably doesn't care about MP3. Like, he doesn't know. There he quickly rummaged through the CD rack beside his daughter's bed. Yeah, iTunes probably already existed. He's just cranky old man. He doesn't know. Also, you know, the internet speeds would take a while. Part of him felt like he was being a little sneak thief. According to the email Tanaka had shown him, someone was trying to kill Hitomi. Before iPhones, there were these things called iPods. Yeah, I know. And at some point, iTunes was always the management program for iPhone or iPods, and eventually iTunes became a store. I don't know what the time frame for that is. I was not an Apple person. I had an iPod Nano that my dad got for me from his job. And then after that, I got a Zune from the same situation. Dark green forest Zune. I loved the Zune. I hated the software, don't get me wrong. But I liked the form factor of the Zune. Even though it was a chunky beast, because, you know, it was a big boy Zune. It wasn't the Zune minis or whatever, the Zune touches that were smaller. Yeah, I still have that thing. It's right over there. It hasn't been charged in a while. I've not brought myself to connect it to this computer and see what would happen. Someone's banging outside. And he still couldn't resist the impulse to find the CD. But his efforts were to no avail. There were no Aya Kamiki CDs in the rack at all. Osawa pulled out every CD on the rack, but they were all classical music. He sunk back in disappointment. I thought I knew my daughter. I thought she was a fan like me. It had to be somewhere here in her room. Osawa jumped at the sound of his cell and fumbled to get it out of his pocket. Makino's name was displayed on the LCD screen. I'm out front. That was all Makino said before hanging up. Oh, Makino's the boss. Hurriedly, Osawa began tidying up the CD rack. If it was the wife, he was an I, but her name used to be Makino, right? I don't know. As he worked, he thought about what he was going to say to Makino. To think that someone had violated corporate policy to such unethical ends? It sullied his research. Osawa wasn't about to let anyone get away with it. It's so fucked up they had to deal with this during the kidnapping, but, you know, they're probably related. And yet, as he was about to leave Hitomi's room, a sudden uncertainty gripped him. He hesitated. Did he have any right to condemn Makino for running trials in secret? His hand began to sweat as it gripped the doorknob. No, he didn't. How could he? His hands were dirty in all of this, too. Ooh, F&V. We need to keep this a secret. Just between us. He'll be fine. We've already cleared animal testing. He was injecting into a woman. The memories hovered. Osawa himself had already administered the antiviral to someone, hadn't he? Did he administer it to his daughter that was getting sick? Is that why they want Hitomi? It was the only way. Muttering to nobody in particular, Osawa trudged towards the front door of his house. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think we'd get an explanation on that until the next hour. Ooh, oh boy. So Kano and Minarikawa are still trapped in their dead ends. Tama's at a keep out. We can go back to Achi. Yeah, let's head back to Achi, I guess. Because that's where we jumped into Osawa's storyline. Hitomi began typing out a response. Achi watched over her, wild speculations running through his head. There was no way a mild-mannered young lady like her could be dating one of her father's co-workers, was there? Unless she was all about finding herself a sugar daddy. No, he was being ridiculous. Achi banished the thought from his mind. Besides, Hitomi's personal life wasn't the problem right now. The problem was that psycho with the cane and the gun. Is something wrong? Hitomi asked. She had finished sending her email. Oh no, nothing. Nothing at all. Achi did his best to look nonchalant. It was a good thing she couldn't read his mind. They exited Center Gai and resumed their approach towards Dogenzaka by way of Maruyamacho. There are many hotels in Maruyamacho. These are not ordinary establishments, but rather the sort of hotel where two people, who are so inclined, might, redacted. A couple heading to this kind of place in the early afternoon would, without a doubt, be assumed to be bent on redacted. You might be wondering whether an option for these two to get up to mischief will appear on the selection prop? Well, don't get your hopes up. This isn't that kind of game. I was hoping. I joke. Another long detour to decrease their odds of running into gunmen. They made an unlikely pair. Scruffy Achi, limbs lackadaisically swinging to hide his embarrassment, and brisk, purposeful Hitomi. Achi found himself watching her out of the corner of his eye. He could still feel her anxiety. He wished there was some way he could ease her fears. Hey, Hitomi, mind if I ask you something? Sure, go ahead. Okay, so I realize this might be kind of a weird question, but he put on a serious face. What does the eco and eco-friendly mean? Huh? Like, I know it's about helping the earth and all, but I don't know what it really means, you know? Hitomi thought for a moment. I'm pretty sure it's short for the English word ecology, which is the science of examining the relationship between man and nature. Ecology, a subset of biology that deals with the reciprocal relationship between organisms and their environment. Nowadays, the term can also refer to cultural and societal effects on the global environment. The latter usage can be broad and imprecise, making the exact meaning somewhat difficult to define. I think he got pulled out of school when his mom died to, like, work the shop, probably. Which explains why he was in a gang. Oh, right. Science. Pleased with himself, Achi chattered on excitedly. A faint smile crept back on the Hitomi's face. Say, you ever hear about the clean river here in Shibuya? A clean river? In Shibuya? Really? Ask 100 youngsters outside of Shibuya Station the same question, and you'd probably get that same answer 100 times. Yeah, the Shibuya River. You know, that drainage channel we saw earlier. Wait, that's the clean river you're talking about? By no reasonable definition was the Shibuya River what anyone would call clean. That's the one. She grinned at her confusion. See, the river used to be clean a long time ago. I read about it in this old book called Science Strikes Back. A popular monthly magazine abbreviated SSB. The series has been running for 29 years now, but the Strike Back appendix is still immensely popular with children. The woman who handles the home deliveries is known as the SSB lady, and children wait excitedly on the 25th of each month for her to make her rounds. She's like Santa. She's gonna bring us a science magazine. I used to have that book, Hitomi chirped, her eyes wide with excitement. You're talking about that bit with the river that got turned into a song, right? The famous 1912 song, Haru no Ogawa, The Spring Brook, with lyrics by Tatsuyuki Takano and music by Teiichi Okano. It is said that the song was inspired by the view of the upper course of the Shibuya River during Takano's childhood. In the modern day, there's a stone monument bearing the song's lyrics along the Odakyu line between Yoyogi Hachiman and Sangubashi. No, it's the magazine. Science Strikes Back. Yeah, that's the one. You read it too. I did. Achi felt a giddy rush at this unexpected connection they shared. Imagine if there was still a clean, beautiful river here in Shibuya. It'd be the perfect place for taking a romantic stroll. Hitomi looked up at Achi. She seemed to share his joy in this idea. Wouldn't it be amazing, Achi said, if that dirty little channel could be clean like it used to be? It would. Maybe as amazing as the look on Hitomi's face right now, Achi thought. Hitomi, tell me some more ecology stuff. Hit me with whatever you got. She seemed happy to oblige, and so as they walked along, Hitomi explained the bits of knowledge she picked up over the years. Achi was quiet, hanging on her every word. The return to Dogenzaka became an impromptu environmentalism lecture. Hitomi continued until she had exhausted her ready knowledge. I just don't get it, Achi grumbled when she paused at last. I mean, why is it a bad thing if the planet gets warmer? Wouldn't that make winter in places like Hokkaido way easier? No, you see, because if the whole planet gets warmer, it'll cause the whole ecosystem to collapse. Achi racked his brain. I like that he wants to clean stuff, but he doesn't know why he's doing it. Except for maybe he wants to get the river clean or something. And he wants the town to be clean. But other than that, he doesn't have any like greater purpose for cleaning the area. And that ecosystem is what again? Is that like the solar system? Images of cosmos filled his imagination. No, not really, Hitomi said. So it's more like a sound system then? Not really. Oh, but anyway, you're saying the problem is with the, what was it again? Carbon dioxide. Yeah, that stuff. I'm going to have to cut down on that. No more farting. Sure. That settles it, Achi declared proudly. No more soda for me. Soda? Hitomi asked. Yeah, it's carbonated, right? He did! He read a science book and everything. Hitomi burst out laughing. What? I'm serious. You don't think I could do it? I'm sorry, Hitomi said, catching her breath. It's just... Her face froze, her mirth abruptly vanishing. Oh no. Huh? Achi stared at her face in alarm. What is it? Oh, it's the gun guy. He turned his attention in the direction Hitomi was looking. The man with the cane was bearing down on them. We were so distracted by ecology. Oh, come on, you have got to be kidding me. He grabbed Hitomi's hand and ran. This time he headed for the main road, hoping to get lost in the crowd. Hitomi struggled to keep up. She was exhausted after all their earlier running. You can do it, he told her. The guy's got a cane, he can't outrun him. Or we can outrun him. The assassin was still hurrying after them. Once we get around the next corner, we'll be out on the main road. Yeah, okay. She strained to get the words out. Bit by bit, her feet were slowing down. It was another 50 meters or so to the main road. Achi realized that they might get caught before they got there. Sorry, Hitomi, he exclaimed, but I gotta do this. He scooped her up in his arms. Eep! By the time the squeak had escaped her mouth, Achi was already running full out. Achi? Please put me down. Don't worry, you're super light. Achi glanced back and saw the assassin, now far behind, break off his pursuit. But just as they rounded the corner, he heard the man call out to him. Achi almost stopped on reflex. Hold on, did he? Did he just shout my name? How the heck does he know my name? Quaking with unease, Achi slipped into the crowd. The detective knows Achi. I think it's a detective. He has a detective's revolver. I think he's the detective that Kano looked up to. But that could be nothing. Maybe this guy is just an assassin. But they describe his gun as something that detectives have. Achi, could you please set me down now? And I think he looks like the guy that Kano talked to. Again, it could be all like red herring or something. Or just me just like, you know, pulling that out of my ass. A meek voice pulled him from his panic. Huh? He looked down at the girl in his arms. People in the crowd all around them were watching and chuckling. I mean, I'm really happy you saved me and all. But being carried around like this is, Hitomi was blushing beet red. But Achi's expression had gone pale. Achi, wait. Had he really heard that right? That's what it had sounded like. He set Hitomi back on her feet, then used the shirt sleeve to wipe the sweat from his face. You okay? Hitomi asked. When we were running just now, did that guy say anything? Not that I heard, no. Huh. Had he just imagined it then? Maybe. Achi was sure he didn't recognize the man. There's something weird about that guy, though, Hitomi murmured. She furrowed her brow. No matter where we run, he keeps catching up to us. It's almost like he knows where we're going. She was right. Finding a particular pair of people in a place as big as Shibuya bordered on the impossible. And yet somehow the assassin had tracked him down several times now. Achi might have been caught by this detective and the detective knows Achi's routes? Or maybe it's the camera system that they talked about. That his dad installed all over Shibuya. Yeah, Achi said. It's like he's got some way of locating us or something. He got a sudden idea. That's it. What if they're doing the whole tracking thing, but like backwards? What? Hitomi's eyes widened. Okay, so you know how in police shows, they always stick a tracking device in the bag with the ransom money? Like that, but backwards. Okay, so backwards isn't the right way to describe this, but Achi doesn't realize that. He does seem to know what a tracking device is, at least. A radio transmitter that can be located by the signal it emits. The Japanese police sometimes refer to this as a beeper, not to be confused with the English slang term beeper, meaning pager. Backwards? Yeah, like instead of putting the tracker on the money, They put it on you. Hitomi frowned. I don't see how that could possibly I don't see how I could possibly have a tracker on me, she said. I mean, I'm just wearing my clothes from home. Oh, huh. Well then, how is he doing it then? Barely a moment passed from the moment he got the words out of his mouth. Once again, the man with the cane stepped out on the road ahead of them. Okay, now we get a clear shot of him. I don't know if it's the guy, though. It really did seem as if he'd known exactly where they were going to be. How the hell is this happening? Achi groaned. He reached for Hitomi's waist, ready to pick her up again. It's okay, I can run by myself. Achi took her by the hand instead, and they raced into another alley. This guy just will not give up. At the far end of the alley, he could see a forklift parked beside a pile of cardboard boxes. Achi decided to throw the boxes at their pursuer, or hop into the forklift and drive it at the assassin. There's a good chance these are the boxes of the diet drink. But I do want to see the hop into the forklift and drive it at the assassin, because that sounds funny. This ends now. Achi leapt into the forklift and hit the ignition. The engine roared to life. You don't know that. Dude got dropped out of school. He probably got forklift certified right away. At like the ripe old age of like a teenager. I mean, Ryu Hazuki was not forklift certified either. Many days just don't have that there. He lowered the forks and stepped on the accelerator, picking up the pallet of cardboard boxes as he charged towards the man with the cane. The tower of boxes struck the man with a thud. Achi kept accelerating, driving him back a good 10 meters or so. The gunman let out a loud grunt at the impact. Well, there is a box of Burning Hammer, but they're not all boxes of Burning Hammer, at least I think. But they did make a rattling noise. Achi then hit the brake, shifted back into reverse, and hit the gas again, backing up as fast as he could. He said it was going to end now. The boxes crashed down in a heap, burying the assassin underneath. Several small bottles spilled from the broken cardboard and shattered on the pavement. Well, there goes the diet drink. Hey, what the hell are you doing? A middle-aged man in a sanitation uniform had come running at the sound of the forklift. Sorry man, gotta run, Achi exclaimed as he jumped from the vehicle. And don't forget to recycle that glass. His hand sticking out of a gun. He took Hitomi's hand and sprinted away down the alleyway. The sanitation worker glowered after him, then turned and gazed despondently at the jumbled pile of boxes and broken glass. Their ragged breathing echoed through the maze of side streets. All that work just to wind up fleeing for their lives again. No, he's just like, oh, just messes. I gotta clean up this mess. Achi ground his teeth in frustration. There are two main types of teeth grinding. One, the subconscious act of gritting one's teeth together while asleep. And two, gritting one's teeth together as a response to anger or frustration. Here we have an example of number two. At roughly the same time, Minorikawa is grinding his teeth while trying to keep to his schedule. We have a jump point, but we still can't use it. So that's our second Minorikawa jump point that we were given that we couldn't use. Hitomi, he groaned. He groaned when they slowed down to catch their breath at last. I'm so sorry. Hitomi was nonplussed. Sorry? Whatever for? I keep saying how I'm going to help you, but instead I just keep putting you in danger. Achi, no. If you hadn't been there with me, I'm sure I'd already be dead. No, Achi hurried to cut her off before she could finish. Don't go there, please. He sighed, then spoke again more quietly. I just want to help you. Clenching a fist, he looked up at the sky. A tiny sliver of blue was visible through the narrow gap between the buildings. Hitomi hung her head. Honestly, I can hardly believe how much you've done for me. I do appreciate it, but still. The lengths you've gone to. Achi looked at his feet, then drew himself up. Well, I admit it's not just because of some gut instinct or your love for the environment, he said. There's another reason I'm doing this. There is? Achi paused, searching for the right words. I've got a little sister. Her name's Suzune. She's cute and smart. Kind of the exact opposite of me, you know? His voice took on an uncharacteristic solemnity. But she's got a weak heart, so she's in the hospital. Oh no, sad music. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. But what does that have to do with wanting to help me? Back when Suzune was first admitted, I'd go and visit her every day. But she... Achi, you don't need to come visit me every day, you know? The quiet hospital room made Suzune's voice sound all the more frail. What are you talking about? Achi said. You know I'm worried about you. I'll be fine on my own. Really. Achi had heard that line before. The more she insisted she was fine, though, the more reluctant he was to leave her. Besides, aren't you the amazing guy who helps hold Shibuya together? They need you out there. Achi didn't know how to respond to that. Much as it was flattering to think he played some important role, he was really just hanging out and goofing off with his pals. It certainly wasn't anything for his sister to be proud of. I'd rather you spend your energy helping people who need it more than me. What do you mean, people who need the help more? Who could possibly need help right now more than you? Achi scratched his head in confusion, and his sister gave him a weak, tiny smile. You'll figure it out, she said. I'm sure they'll find you soon enough. But I'm gonna be here with you. I'll be fine. Suzune's face was pale, but her tone was firm. My big brother is gonna be out there, doing his best to help people. That's what makes me happy. That's what keeps me going. Her voice was clear and unwavering, as if to head off his rebuttal. Alright, Achi said with a reluctant sigh. So then, I guess, I'll just go out there and help people who are in trouble? Satisfied, Suzune smiled. Thank you. And can you promise me one more thing? Of course. Anything you like. He thumped himself on the chest. If you're going to help someone, make sure you see it all the way through the end, okay? Okay. No calling it quits partway through, yeah? You got it. I just worry, Suzune said. I know you have a tendency to lose interest in things. Look, don't sweat it. I swear I won't give up on this. Achi stuck out his pinky finger. But I want you to promise me something in return. Promise me you won't let this thing beat you. Suzune hooked her little finger around her brother's, her sad smile fragile as glass. And so there you have it, Achi said. Kind of a rubbish story, I know. Not very funny. So your sister's heart condition, it's pretty bad? Achi nodded. You know, she called me amazing. There's nothing amazing about me. Suzune, she's the amazing one. She's been in the hospital so long and so much pain, but she never complains. All I do is hang out and goof off with my friends. He gave a shrug. But I just keep thinking about how happy she'd be if I really did help people. It turned out to be that finding people in need hadn't been all that simple. The only helpful thing Achi had been able to think of was going around, picking up trash. And that's why Suzune's idiot brother left SOS to be the Shibuya's garbage man. Did your friends know? Hitomi asked. About your sister? I didn't tell them. I didn't want to pin this all on her being sick. Ah, I see. At least now Hitomi understood what the fight with the local toughs had been all about. I love that they just call them toughs. The sound of approaching footsteps jerked them back into the present. Man, we really can't, ponder anything. The man with the cane appeared at the end of the alley. He raised his gun. There was no time to flee. Achi quickly stepped in front of Hitomi. If you shoot us here, people are going to come running, he said. I'm guessing you don't want to get pegged for murder. The assassin didn't flinch. Stay out of my way, Achi. This time there was no doubt. The gunman had spoken Achi's name loud and clear. How do you know who I am? The man stared at him through the sights of his gun. She has to die, Achi. It's for your own good. What? What? What does he mean? Hitomi whispered. Achi, what is he talking about? Achi's mind was a whirl. Things were coming at him too fast for him to process. I don't know this guy. Hitomi, please, you have to believe me. But... Hitomi took a doubtful step away from Achi. The assassin didn't miss his opening. He quickly aimed at her. Cut the crap, man! What do you mean killing her is for my own good? That's a good Achi picture. Once she's dead, you'll understand. The gunman's finger tightened on the trigger. We continue. Okay, that was an intense chapter. So we have a choice here, a jump here, learning about Achi's sister, and then we're at it to be continued. So for those who are joining us, haven't been watching, to be continued means that we're at the end of their hour. Each chapter is broken up by an hour of in-game time. So they're finished, and we're supposed to get somewhere else. The problem is we're stuck in multiple bad ends. Now, there are still choices that could affect that. But I wonder what choices we can make that would affect that. This is probably your choice with the forklift. The forklift could fix something with Tama, maybe. Well, usually the bad end would disappear. Yeah, see, I'm still in Sumo Belly Flop. That's from him. He wraps up his writing and then goes to the wrong place. Then he either ignores the sound or gets trapped in a bad end with Osawa's wife. This is him interrupting the father and daughter, or not interrupting them. And interrupting them causes Kano to get stuck in a bad end. Earlier in time. It also goes straight back into this, so it doesn't change this from happening. So I don't have a lot of choices with him. It is a great bad end. I'm glad I saw it. Kano does have a choice here. We can choose a different option for the bloodied young man. We also have a couple of choices with Tama. They're in the middle of a job, but they couldn't just leave him like that. They should probably take him to a hospital. Let's give that a shot. Kano offered to help carry the bloodied young man, but Sasayama stepped in front of him. He quickly flashed the two youths' badge. Oh crap, you a cop? Okay, this is the same, I think. Yeah. This ends up the same. Yeah, that didn't change it at all. So those two choices have been looked at. He does have another choice here. And that is the question the girl. Now, I thought that questioning the girl is what caused us to get a bad end in Norikawa's story early. Because the girl would be frightened. He also has a choice here. But this is just his internal thinking. This is him wondering what the reason for why they are handing off the case to each other. Could it be that the real case has already been switched out? It made a certain amount of sense. By handing the case off to one accomplice after another, they were leading the detectives to pay more attention to the individuals than the case itself. That can enable them to swap the case while all the focus was elsewhere. Kano shared his hunch with Sasayama. I see. I mean, it is a possibility. Oh, sure. But I think currently the text for the bad end for Norikawa just says that if he hadn't gotten lost, I think. And currently the text for Kano's bad end is that those two people, the father and the daughter, probably shouldn't have been there at the site where he was gonna make the jump on the suspect. So those are the two hints for those bad ends. Oop. Yeah, we might be following the wrong case. This might change everything. There's palpable tension in the air now. Kano, Sasayama said, you gotta report in to Kuze. On it. Kano flashed to his wireless. Kano's hand flashed to his wireless. But Kuze was dismissive. Nope, that's the case, I assure you. No offense, sir, but how can you be sure? Kuze sighed. Because that's my job. There's an ID tag in that case that allows us to keep tabs on it. There's no way these crooks could have whipped up a duplicate. ID tag? What ID tag? Wait, no, that's right. Kano had forgotten all about that detail in the wake of his all-nighter. Oh, right. Don't you all rate me. Clearly you weren't hired for your brains. Focus on what you're good at. Kaze ended the call. Still, Kano couldn't shake his conviction that something was wrong. I love how bad of a cop Kano is. The man with the attaché case made his way back to Shibuya Station. Alright, that brings us back to this choice. So the girl talks to the man with the case. We could talk to her, but I feel like that's gonna freak her out. But let's find out. Yeah, let's see what she knows. Sasayama and Kano hurried over to the girl. Excuse me, miss. We'd like to ask you a few... Are you happy with your life? The young woman shouted. She thrust her notepad in Kano's face. Tell me this. Are you happy with your life right now? Huh? Looking at the notepad, Kano saw the same question written there in big bold letters. I like her ring. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, as if she hadn't expected the two men to actually stop and listen. Right now, sir, she continued more quietly. Are you happy? If so, if you could please take this survey about, about your life? Are you happy with it? The more she spoke, the more flustered she became. Sasayama stepped in. Hey, I need to know, did you speak with that Western fellow just now? Huh? No, that isn't what I'm asking. Sir, are you happy with your life right now? Are you happy with your life? Right now. Kano got a stinging feeling in his stomach. This kid was looking for religious converts or something. You did speak with him, didn't you? Sasayama snapped. What did you tell him? The girl's rambling abruptly ceased. Her already ruddy face went even redder, and tears welled up in her eyes. Poor kid, Kano thought. She's just out here trying to get people to listen to her survey questions. There's no way she's part of this kidnapping plot. Look, miss, for the time being, it would be a good idea for you to leave the area. Afraid I'm not at liberty to explain. The girl's only response was to start sobbing outright. Aww. I can't do this anymore. I want to go home. Kano and Sasayama exchanged awkward glances. I want to go home. I want to go home. Passerby began shooting curious looks at the trio. Kano, you get back to work, Sasayama said. I'll escort this girl to the train station. Yeah, I think this is what's causing it, which is why I didn't pick it. But now I'm watching it. He didn't quite manage to stifle his embarrassment in his voice. Right, Kano said. He hurried away with his eyes already searching for the suspect they'd been tailing. It didn't take long to find him. So, I mean, this is a new route for Kano. We're back at the street interviews, Minorikawa bad end, though. Let's just see where this goes to, I guess. Because we haven't seen this. We haven't seen Kano by himself for this. It didn't take long to find him. The man's black garb made him stand out in the crowd at the intersection. It occurred to Kano that all the criminals who'd handled the attaché case had been wearing the same black clothing. I mean, this is a duplicate of what we've seen, but maybe it goes somewhere. The fact made the whole situation even weirder. Could they really be ignorant that they were being followed while they were all wearing the same eye-catching outfit? It was more like they were going out of their way to make sure the investigators spotted them. That still didn't provide any clues as to what they were after, though. The longer Kano kept tailing these guys, the less it all made sense. Was it really such a good idea to keep this up? Someone's life was in danger, and they were just letting the kidnappers carry out their plan, whatever it was. The very first page of the Dick Diary spelled things out loud and clear on that front. This is so much funnier now that I know he wrote the Dick Diary. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect, ever. Right now, the single most important thing was ensuring this hostage's safety. This was a situation where Tatano would have stuck to his guns for sure. Kano thought back to that day 3 years ago. Okay, so we are back in Kano's path. It does change here, though. We get the flashback. Then we get that same choice. But this has changed. Why has this changed? The detectives had to hurry to catch up with the man they were tailing. He was still strolling along, seemingly in no particular hurry. They kept him in sight as he crossed another pedestrian overpass and circled back around. Still following the same MO, huh? Sasayama grumbled. Guess so, Kano said. How'd things go with the girl? He was careful not to take his eyes off the mark as they talked. I managed to calm her down and get her on the train. Oh, this could be why it's different, because this text is different. She was going on about how she wanted to go someplace far, far away. But whatever, it's all good now. I kind of feel bad about the whole thing, Kano said. Well, she's not pertinent to the case anyhow. Guess it's back to dogging this guy. Sasayama nodded towards the suspect, looking none too pleased. So, Sasayama. Okay. So that leads us back into that. Let me change this trip, this choice real quick. I have to change it back to the other one. I probably don't have to do that, but it hits a save point, which is good. Yeah, okay. So we're back into Kano's bad end. What ends up happening is that they get a distraction from the old man that Minorikawa is working for and his daughter. So we need to find an escape route from that. Minorikawa has no choices left. We've exhausted all of them. Yeah, now we're back to this bad end. The wrapping up writing bad end. Osawa's to be continued. He does have another choice, but I doubt it will deal any change to that. One thing we could check is Achi's choice. We could choose something different with the boxes, though we end up pushing them over anyway. I imagine. Yep. He did. But if we made a different choice, he wouldn't go outside and see them. Like, he didn't stop the other people from tailing them. Oh, Gachi snatched up the nearest box, turned and threw it at the man with the cane. The box was filled with something heavy. This ought to do some damage. He watched with satisfaction as it struck the assassin in the face. The man staggered sideways. Here, have another. I mean, we get to see this. This is fun. One by one, Achi hurled every box in the pile. And one for the road. Ooh, that one broke. The last box was improperly sealed. It broke open as it struck their pursuer, sending bottles flying. They shattered as they crashed onto the street, splashing red liquid. The assassin dropped to one knee, scrubbing at his face with his hand. Achi looked on in surprise. He couldn't possibly have hit the guy that hard. Peering at the man more closely, he saw that he was spattered in red liquid. Apparently the stuff in the bottles had gotten in his eyes. Now's our chance. Achi took off with Hitomi, leaving their pursuer kneeling in the alley. Well, the janitor never found out. Is that a difference? Can that have changed everything in Tama's story? Yeah, okay, so this is still the same. I did like the forklift ending more. So did this change anything in Tama's route? We know that this changes something in Achi's route. We never did try separating. It's possible that because we also run into the guy as Tama. We were together with Chidi that time. We should split up. Chidi and I go our separate ways, searching for a truck full of junk. There's a chance this changes something. I make our way to center guy. Yeah, I mean, I can't thumb through this, so this is technically a different thing. I'm so focused on searching all over as I walk that I lose track of where I'm going. I wind up bumping right into a man who's hurrying along with his daughter. Toru and Hana Toyama, they came to Center Guy to eat lunch. Before that, they were at Heaven Publishing in Shibuya 1 Chome. While wandering around distractedly, looking for somewhere cheap and tasty, Mr. Toyama bumped right into Tama. This is a different definition, I think. Oh, pardon me. I hop back to my feet and go to bow to demand an apology. Ow! They're still in pain at this idea. He bows at the same time. We manage to bonk our heads together. Sorry. And the girl's just gone. And her dad drops to his knees, clutching his head. The girl begins to wander off. Hey, Hana, wait. The man lurches to his feet and rushes after the girl. She seems like an odd kid, only 10 or so, but strangely cold and distant for her age. So that was the same. I guess this part with here is going to be different. We're not going to be like surprised Chiri bailed on us. Never seen my own sore head. I made it all the way to Shibuya Station, but there's no sign of the truck. I'll probably never find it just by wandering around randomly. There's that big G-Shock. It's already 12:35. The sales demo starts in 25 minutes. I have serious doubts I'll be able to find the truck by then. It is possible that by splitting these two up, Chiri runs into Minorikawa. That is a possibility. Arg! What should I do? Alright, so both of her choices lead to a keep out. However, like I said, Cheery is now separated, and Cheery knows how to get to the building. This has completely changed Minorikawa's path. Alright, so we're gonna make sure we don't mess with them. It might have. I knew we needed something to happen with Tama and Cheery. So it could have been that I remember the Cheery thing. Okay. He needs to finish his article. Otherwise, that gives Kano a bad end. It's a really funny bad end. The bad end where Kano has a happy life as a farmer. He looked really happy. It was a very good end for him, but not for everyone. A strange beeping noise. Okay, this is the same. But it's not letting me skip it. That's fine. Wait, hold on. This part is different. The strange beeping sound broke Minorikawa out of his writing reverie. Upon looking up in confusion, he found his attention drawn to a young woman at another table. And then one of these, and one of these. Oh, and this, and this, and this, and that too. Now, we know this is Cheery. Man, I didn't realize Cheery had stacks of cash. She finished with a broad grin. Let me just repeat your order back to you. 1 Japanese-style beef patty. 1 spicy fish roe spaghetti. 1 chicken casserole. 1 French onion soup. 1 fruit parfait. 1 chocolate parfait. It always happens. And 1 deluxe chocolate parfait. That's a lot of parfaits. Will that be all? The waitress anxiously awaited confirmation. Ryoko Kakanuma, a second-year student at Midoriyama Academy's law school. She was hassled by a pair of hustlers on the way to work and showed up 5 minutes late for her shift. The manager told her that those 5 minutes were coming out of her pay, so she's a bit irritated right now. So that's that was the girl that Achi saved in the beginning of Achi's story. She was hassled by a pair of hustlers, and then he stuck his hand in their jaw. You forgot the large caramel shake. The customer was a full-figured young woman, ensconced at a nearby table. Oh, my apologies. The waitress quickly jotted down the addition to the order. That'll do for now. That'll do it for now, the young woman said. For now? Yikes. She actually planning on ordering more after that? Marveling at the display of appetite, Minorikawa went back to typing. Now what? He heard the strange beeping noise again. Subtly different than the first time. And this time it was closer. Seriously, what the heck is that? I need to get to the bottom of this or I won't be able to concentrate? Or never mind, I need to focus on finishing the title. This is a different... Like, the wording's the same, but the game is treating this as a different choice, as these are not grayed out. Is it possible this has changed? I just want to know. If not, we get to rewatch that funny scene. I need to get to the bottom of this or I'll never be able to concentrate. So where the heck is that sound coming from? He searched the surroundings for a moment and quickly discovered that the noise was coming from his own bag. He pulled out one of his most... Okay, that's still the same. Okay, that put me in the dead end. Okay. Sorry, we're not going to watch that again. I gotta get, I gotta make progress. Can't be rewatching things. Well, never mind. I need to focus on finishing this article. Minorikawa immersed himself in his writing again. Before long, he stopped worrying about the curious sound. And no one else heard it. Alright, new scene. The plump young woman set about devouring all the food she'd ordered, despite the strange looks she was getting. Now that was an appetite to be reckoned with. It took her under 3 minutes to polish off the lot. Then, looking not the least bit sated, she picked the menu right back up. Was she seriously going to order more? We also remember she ate two people's lunches like an hour ago or 2 hours ago. Minarikawa was starting to take an interest in this young lady. There might be a story here. He conjured up a series of headlines in his mind. Woman inhales 30,000 calories in 3 minutes. This is the equivalent of 100 pieces of shortcake, 300 glasses of milk, or enough steak and rice to feed about 30 people. No, he needs something with more punch. Food for thought, an expose on obesity. No, that was no good. He wasn't writing for a fashion mag here. A gourmet day in Shibuya. That was a good sound effect. That was it! He'd be able to whip something up if he went with the foodie angle. Minorikawa got up from his seat. That's pretty impressive, he said to the hungry diner. Do you always eat that much? The young woman glared back at him. Not always, she said. Suddenly tension filled the air. Oops, was that too blunt of me? I mean, she is a young lady after all. Maybe I should change up my approach. Who the heck are you anyway? The woman asked. I'm a freelance writer. I was hoping I could do an interview with you real quick. You want to interview me? The suspicion was plain on her face. I do. I mean, girls all over the world worry about their diets, right? I hear that, yeah. So would you be willing to share your secret or your technique or whatever for how to eat without getting fat? What? Me? Sure, I mean, look at that figure you're maintaining despite eating all this food. The young woman's expression brightened up. This is a good face. I like this face. Oh, you noticed. There's actually a lot that goes into all this. Yeah? The basic thing, though, is the 10 meals a day. Minorikawa struggled to keep this jaw from dropping. 10 meals a day? She flashed him a chubby-cheeked grin. You don't know how diets work, do you? She chuckled. Eating only 1 or 2 meals a day, that's what'll make you fat. You gotta space your food out into smaller portions throughout the day. That's the fundamentals of dieting right there. Right, but what happens to the smaller portions part? Minorikawa had to bite his tongue. Ah, I see, he said. Any other pro-dieting tips you should share? You could share? Well, for the basics, I'd say always drink protein instead of tea, yeah? Drink protein all day? Seriously? Once again, it took all of Minorikawa's willpower to keep his thoughts to himself. Let's see, what else? Oh, there's this stuff called Burning Hammer, too, but... She trailed off with a little wince. Wait, Minorikawa perked up. Did you say Burning Hammer? Oh, you know it? I've heard of it anyway, Minorikawa replied. He decided he was better off keeping his plans to head to the sales demo a secret. There's a sales demo later on if you're interested, the woman said as if she were reading his thoughts. Look, we have instructions! Though, full disclosure, I am working for them right now. She handed Minorikawa an advertising pamphlet. There was a more detailed map for the venue included. What a stroke of luck. Now he didn't need to rely on the crummy map in the project proposal anymore. He'd have no trouble finding the venue with the building's various floors all broken down for him. And actually, I gotta get back to work, the woman said. Sure, thank you so much for your time. I'm going to hang back and finish my copy here. The woman left the cafe and Minorikawa went back to his laptop. Well, we did it. We saved Minorikawa. He's gotten some new info on the Burning Hammer sales demo, but he'd also lost some more time. The surveillance camera piece still wasn't finished. And it was going to be a near... Oh, this could be the same? No, it's not the same. It was going to be a near thing to get it done before the sales demo started. Yet, instead of returning to his writing, he got out his cell phone. What if Toyama had gotten another of his crazy ideas? What if he tried to hang himself again? The thought had Minorikawa too worried to work on his copy. Oh, this could change Toyama's fate. The phone rang several times before someone picked it up. Mr. Toyama, where are you right now? Minorikawa asked. Right now? I'm on the run. Somewhere near Shodo, an upscale residential district. Despite being smack dab in the middle of the city, it's a quiet neighborhood, rife with greenery. The residence of the former governor of Tokyo is here, built on a massive 2,200 square meter plot of land. There's a shady hotel district a short walk to the south, making for quite the juxtaposition. Toyama was speaking in an oddly hushed tone. Shodo? After you left the office, some guys came by to collect on my debts, so I made a run for it. Okay, so he wasn't dead, but the situation was still pretty bad. Look, we'll get you through this somehow, Minorikawa said, hoping it was true. Just keep your head down and stay out of the trouble. Stay where you are right now. You need to get back to the office ASAP. This is very close to the time of Kano's bad end. I don't remember where Kano is physically in Shibuya, but my guess is that the old guy is right there right now. So I think we tell him to leave. But it could be what gets the attention of the guys. It's hard to tell with this game, you know? But this is where my gut is leading me. You need to get back to the office ASAP. The office? But they'll find me there for sure. Toyama's voice was a little more than a pathetic whimper. It's a little bit of reverse psychology. The last place the debt collectors are gonna think you went is back to the office, right? Ah, I see, Toyama said. He sounded impressed by the suggestion. For now, just stay hidden until I can get those articles finished. Alright, Toyama said weakly. He hung up. Minorikawa let out a deep sigh, then turned back to his laptop. Keep out. Alright, so that's some interesting. It has not changed Kano, though. Which maybe means I left him on the path? I'm tempted to jump. This would be the jump to Minorikawa. Minorikawa. Let's see what happens. Let's go back. Minorikawa's suit was slick as hell. Minorikawa took a look at his wristwatch and gritted his teeth. It's also a nice watch. By the way, what sort of impression do you have of this wristwatch? Just respond with whatever happens to come to mind. This was nice. I kind of like it. Trying to see if I could see a brand or anything. Damn, is it that late already? You need to head for the sales demo. The surveillance camera article wasn't done, but you'd have to just leave it where it was for now. As he was slipping his laptop back into his bag, his cell phone rang. He looked at the screen and saw Chiaki's name listed as the incoming caller. Was she done with her interviews? Hurriedly, he picked up. Chiaki, how's it going? Several wet sniffles came through the receiver. Hey, are you crying? It's no use. Chiaki's voice was indeed punctuated by sobs. People won't stop to talk no matter how I try. Oh, come on. This again? Really? I can't do it. Don't worry about paying me. Just please let me go home. Minorikawa was already operating on a too tight schedule. He didn't have time to worry about Chiaki on top of it all. Look, just slow down and take a breath. Try and keep at it a little longer. He should have seen this coming when he first called her. Her shyness was practically pathological. So I remember these words, but I'm still on a path that the game is considering new right now. But if you cut her loose now, all this frustration would be for nothing. But I can't do it, Chiaki whined again. Sorry, I'm really sorry. I really am. Look, just calm down. Minorikawa was practically screaming into his phone. Just stay where you are until I get there, okay? Got that? Whatever you do, just don't move. Leaving the money for his coffee on the table, he strode out of the cafe. Street interviews were tougher than they looked. Not many random passerbys were willing to stop and do a back and forth. Still, being able to talk to people on the street was a fundamental skill for a freelance reporter. All Minorikawa wanted was for Chiaki to put in a little effort and make it happen. Although he found her personality frustrating, he actually quite liked her writing. Reading her words, you'd never guessed that she was like this in person. Or, you'd never guess what she was like in person. If she could just break the right story, he was sure readers would be quite taken with her. There was no time like the present. The plaza outside Shibuya Station was as crowded as ever. Minorikawa looked around and soon spotted Chiaki. "Hey, what are you doing?" he asked. She was hunkered down in front of the statue of Hachiko, squatting in an odd position. I like the kids with their lollipops. A group of kindergartners were gathered nearby, peering at her with sadness in their eyes, like she was a stray dog or something. A pair of girls from Midoriyama Academy's kindergarten. They always hang out around the train station after school. They're quite fond of killing time inside of the Tokyo 5000 series display car, the new landmark by the Hachiko entrance. The beat cop at the station's police box has nicknamed them the Kinder Partners. It's everyone's favorite, the Kinder Partners. "What's this all about?" Minorikawa asked. "This is how I end up when I lose all my self-confidence. I just want to hide." "Oh, for crying out loud, get up, will you?" I don't wanna." "Stop crying." Chiaki sniffled and wiped out her eyes. "Let me ask you this." Minorikawa stared down at her. "What was it that made you want to be a freelance writer?" Well, I guess I wanted to try my hand at writing." A dangling bit of mucus bobbed in and out of Chiaki's left nostril as she spoke. "Alright," Minorikawa followed. "And why's that?" Well, I'm too embarrassed to say. Hope she writes BL." Chiaki hid her face in her hands. "Okay, never mind then. Right now you have a task that's been handed to you. You can't just say you can't do it." Norikawa tried to keep his tone calm. No magazine in the world is going to let a novice writer just write about whatever they want. You have to prove yourself first. Get your fundamentals down. I already know all that." Norikawa took the notebook from Chiaki's hands. I love her skirt. "Hey," she squeaked. "Wait, you've only talked to one person so far?" There sure wasn't going to be a story in that. "Yeah. Well, not a person exactly." Wait, what's this here? A cat? Okay, so she runs into Tama at some point. I wonder if that's her jump point to get Tama out of the keep out. No, I mean, yes, there was a person in a cat costume. So we have a Tama jump point. I'm gonna keep with this right now because I'm curious. But I now know that there's a jump point here. I thought since I couldn't see their face, it'd be easier to ask them stuff. Fine, whatever. I'll get back out there and get me some more. I like the little girls pointing too. Everyone's pointing. Everyone feels her shame. Fuels her shame. Minorikawa steered Chiaki towards the passing crowd. What now? What now? Yes, now. We've got no time to waste. I'll even stand by and watch for a minute. Now enough with the excuses and get out there. Minorikawa looked on as Chiaki wandered through the crowd. Her anxious demeanor seemed to repel everyone around her. On the rare chance she did manage to flag someone down, the way she stammered through her initial questions made them take right off again. After a minute or two, she shuffled her way back, shoulders slumped. See? It's hopeless. Okay, some advice. First off, you aren't approaching the right people. Some people are clearly in a rush, you know? You're not going to have much luck trying to flag down a businessman who's visibly in a hurry. Now, folks who are waiting on someone, couples, groups, they're going to be less on their guard. But I mean, Oh, but I mean, if I do manage to nab someone, how do I keep the conversation going? Chiaki asked. That was indeed the tricky part. Whenever I get an answer I'm not expecting, I get all flustered. Chiaki, have you ever played tennis? Tennis? Well, yeah, I was in my school's tennis club. She struck Minorikawa as being more the manga club type, but that was neither here nor there. Okay, that'll make this simpler. What's more fun, rallying with an opponent or hitting the ball off a wall? Rallying with someone else, of course. Minorikawa gave a hearty nod. And why is that? Because when you hit the ball off a wall, you already know where it's going to come back to. Revelation dawned on Chiaki's face. Oh. It's the same with interviews, Minorikawa said. Don't get flustered. Enjoy the rally. But I don't think I'm composed enough to enjoy it. Don't overthink things. Just let yourself enjoy the small talk. Small talk? Oh, I'm sure I'm not any good at that. She's starting to waffle again. Okay, let me ask you this, Minorikawa said, taking a step closer. Are you happy with your life right now? I'm not happy with my life right now, no, Chiaki muttered. She hung her head in dismay. Okay, so start with that, Minorikawa said. Huh? Chiaki blinked a few times as she lifted her head back up. I'm not happy with my life right now. But what about you? Like that. Ah, okay. A sliver of liveliness had crept back into Chiaki's voice. Minorikawa jabbed his finger right in her face. Right there, he said. Put on that face when you flag people down. I'm just imagining him because they didn't take a picture of this. Chiaki's smile widened. I'll give it a shot. Thank you so much. Sure thing. Good luck. I was ready to take a screenshot and everything. Chiaki strode enthusiastically into the crowd and tried to flag down a Westerner who was walking hurriedly past. So this is the manager, or not the manager, this is the teacher? Yeah, this is the professor from the school that Hitomi and Maria go to. And he was having dinner with them. And Hitomi was late. And Maria got kidnapped. Did she even listen to a word I said? Minorikawa felt his short-lived triumph melt away. Am I just gonna have to teach her everything again from scratch? Then he paused in surprise. Hold on. Okay, good. Whoa. Chiaki had snatched the man by the arm in an attempt to get him to stop. That was a little far, man. To Minorikawa's amazement, the gambit worked. Before long, it looked like the two were engaged in some kind of animated conversation. Maybe she would get an interview out of this after all. Heck, the look on her face was actually somewhat confident. Sometimes people can surprise you once you got past their surface issues. Now Minorikawa could head to the Burning Hammer sales demo with a little more peace of mind. Speaking of which, crap, what time is it? In a panic, Minorikawa checked his wristwatch. Think about this wristwatch. That will tell you how you think about the opposite sex and whatnot. What? 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 Huh? Okay. I don't even know what to make of that one. The demo is set to start in less than 5 minutes. Uh-oh. He really was cutting it close. This is a good run. Minorikawa sprinted through the intersection, heading for Center Guy. Okay, we hit his to be continued. Huh? What? So we have 3 to be continues. Kano is still in his bad end, so I think we did choose the wrong option. We have a jump point for Tama to get her out. Let us change Let us change our advice to Toyama. Look, we'll get you through this somehow, Minorikawa said, hoping it was true. Just keep your head down and stay out of trouble. Stay where you are now. Oh, it's probably because he went back and the guys were still tailing them. That he ended up, like, basically backtracking instead of, like, trying to find a new roundabout way to get to the office. And ran into the guys tailing him. Just keep your head down. Stay out of trouble. Stay where you are right now. So keep your head down and stay out of trouble. Stay where you are now. Stay where I am? But what am I supposed to do? Biyama's voice dropped in and out. It sounded like he was moving quickly. Find some place to hide and just lay low for a while, Minorikawa told him. Alright, Toyama said weakly. He hung up. Minorikawa let out a deep sigh and turned back to his laptop. And save. That might have been all we needed to save Kano. Take a look at this wristwatch. What is it? Like the first time there's a question, it's just like, just respond with whatever happens to come to mind, and then they hit you. They hit you with the ultimate like swerve. Like this actually determines what you think of the opposite sex. Clearly. What? Huh. Maybe we have to look at the pincer attack. Maybe I need to do something else somewhere else. Osawa changed. Osawa changed because he doesn't meet them. But what would that have to do with anything? Osawa fled the room. He needed to be alone. If only for a few moments. But even if he could somehow shake Kajiwara, the other detectives had eyes all over his house. He had reached the limits of his patience. He couldn't even think straight anymore. He headed for the back door, trying to avoid the police. Opening the door quietly, he slipped across the yard and out through the back fence. He didn't want to venture too far from the house. He found a tiny alley and took cover there, thankful for a few moments to himself at last. He hadn't been there long when he caught sight of a man and a young girl, a father and his daughter, running past on the main road. Huh. What's gonna change here then? Okay, so he still sees them. It looked as if they were running from something. The man flashed a look back over his shoulder, then took his daughter by the hand and pulled her off the road. They crouched behind some bushes, hiding. Okay, that changed. So we have confirmation that they're hiding, which might be all we needed. As he looked around, wild-eyed, he spotted Osawa watching him from the alleyway. Help, the man called out. Help me. Please. If these guys catch me, Oh. The father's eyes went wide when he got a look at Osawa's face. You're... Huh? Osawa thought he recognized this fugitive too, though he couldn't remember from where. So this guy runs the trash mag that ran the story about Osawa's marriage. So the old guy might recognize Osawa from that. But it's weird that Osawa recognizes him as well, as he never read the story until today. Or technically he hasn't even done that yet, I think. Trying to think. I think in the time period it has. No, he has, I think. Anyway. What am I doing? But I can't remember from where. There are some real nasty guys after us, the man said. I know I have no right to ask this, but please, at least help me keep my daughter safe. Probably you should go to the police if... No. They won't be able to help me with this. Please, I'm begging you. Help me. I'm sorry, but please, if not me, then at least help my daughter, the man pleaded. Osawa looked down at the girl. Unlike her father, she was calm and reserved. She reminded him of Maria just a little. These people need professional help, Osawa decided to call the police. Osawa couldn't just stand idly by. He decided to help them evade their pursuers. I feel like in character, Osawa would just be like, get out of here, you loony, or whatever. But I'm gonna pick the other option. I'm gonna be a nice guy. Even though I think this is out of character for Osawa. Osawa doesn't think much of humans and conversing with them. Osawa couldn't just stand idly by. He decided to help them evade their pursuers. So I can't imagine he'd be concerned about this pairing's life. Except that the fact that the girl reminds him of Maria. That could be all it took. Alright, follow me. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. So is he gonna get holed up in the house? He led the two back to his house and into the storage shed out back. This is also a good picture. I like this picture a lot. You can lay low in here for a while if you like, he said. The shed was fairly large. There was plenty of space for the man and his daughter. I'm so sorry, the man said. I'm not sure how I can possibly thank you. Don't worry, Osawa closed the short shed door and headed back out to take a look around. Two thuggish men came running up to him. No doubt these were the people the father and daughter were running from. You there, said the one in sunglasses. You see a guy and his daughter around here? They should have come back this way. There's a hint of menace in his voice. Man and his daughter? Yes, I think I saw them run through here. Which way to go? That's a way. Sweet, we almost got him. The pair sped away. Osawa waited until they were fully out of sight, then called out to the shed. Alright, they're gone. The door stayed closed, however. I'm really sorry, the man called back from inside. Those guys might come back to this way. Is it okay if we hide out here a little while longer? He sounded desperate. Pitiful, really. Sure, go ahead, Osawa said. With that, he headed back inside. Evidently, he just wasn't going to get any time alone today, no matter where he went. So Osawa never got to thinking about things. So he did miss out on some things. Well, he missed out on like that thought process. However, he is still at his to be continue. Minarikawa, Osawa, and Achi are at their to be continues. And Kano has now been freed up for the pincer attack. Let's see where this takes us. We haven't seen Kano all day, really. Just a little bit when we popped in and tried his other choices. The two detectives took up position on opposite sides of the plaza. Kano called up Sasayama on his cell phone. You ready? He asked. Just give the word. There were only two non-Japanese people in the nearby crowd. Both were eyeing their surroundings anxiously. Kano was certain the handoff was about to take place. And sure enough... Hey! It's that guy! It's the guy from, Oh my god, what's the Sentai show? The dancing dinosaur samba guys. God damn it. He is Gonzalez. He's Gonzalez in that show. He just passed away recently. Is it Gonzalez? No, maybe it's not Gonzalez. What's his name? Sentai fans. Are there any Sentai people in the chat? This guy. I knew he was in this game because I looked up what he did outside of Sentai. Oh god, what is his name? First, I can't think of the Sentai show either. It's the one with Daigo. I'll just use that. Super Sentai. Yeah, Daigo Kyoryuger, who is part of the Kyoryugers. Yeah. the Zuden Sentai Kyoryuger. And then, where is he in the show? He is Cyan, I believe. Ramirez, that's his name. Oh, let's save this image. Yeah, WebP, whatever. I love the internet. Hold on. I can fix this. This guy. This is Ramirez. He is played by Robert Baldwin, who has done some voices in like Shenmue and other things. Like he just has like extra voices, like nothing serious or anything. There's actually 2 Sentai links in this game that I know of. There's this guy, and then there's the guy with the afro. He shows up in Kamen Rider Blade, I think. But yeah, this is Ramirez, aka Robert Baldwin. He passed away December 26th of last year from a 2-year battle of colon cancer. Pour one out for Robert Baldwin, everyone, please. That's him. I didn't realize how big this picture is. It's covering it up forever. That's the guy. I need a pointing emote. I guess I could do that, so I don't have fingers. I just have these polygon cubed hands. Like, I pose myself. I could commission someone, I guess. The second man approached the one holding the attaché case. After exchanging a scant handful of words, he took the case and walked off. Yeah, something like that. I like lilies. Sasayama? I'll handle the guy with the case. Got it. Sasayama broke into a run, chasing after the man who'd taken the ransom. Kano hung up his phone and rushed to close the distance with the other man. You there, stop where you are. The suspect turned and Kano recognized his face. He was indeed a member of the foreign crime syndicate that operated in Shibuya. Is the hostage safe? Kano demanded. This song is intense. The man's only response was an unsettling grin. Answer me. But though he repeated the question, the man remained silent. Kano took out a pair of handcuffs and reached for the suspect's wrist. Took out his phone to check in with Sasayama. I feel like if we do this, he'll get the slip on us. Let's make sure we can handle this. Took out a pair of handcuffs and reached for the suspect's wrist. Equipment used by police officers to shackle suspects. In Japan, the belt that makes up part of the officer's duty uniform has a storage pouch for a pair of handcuffs. Baton, handcuffs, pistol. The man pulled a knife from his breast pocket and swung it right at Kano's face. Kano managed to jerk away in time, but his momentum carried him too far backwards, and he sprawled onto the pavement. Damn. The suspect was already making a run for it. Kano, I thought you had him tackled. Suddenly a large car, foreign make, skidded to a halt, blocking off the man's escape route. It's a Chevy Blazer! The Chevy Blazer is my first car! A tall Caucasian man jumped out. He wore sunglasses and a crisp suit. Guys, that's my first car. Now cornered, the fleeing suspect brandished his knife. That was your first car too? Awesome. Be careful. But Kano didn't even have a time to finish shouting his warning. There was a metallic pwing, and the knife went flying through the air. The man in the sunglasses had snapped his right foot up, sending the weapon flying. Holy shit. As the attacker's jaw dropped in astonishment, the newcomer proceeded to elbow him right in the face. The blow connected and the suspect went down hard. Ow. The fallen man turned his head to look at Kano. His mouth moved as if he was attempting to say something. He never got it out. The man in the sunglasses kicked him in the face. This is the shot of getting kicked in the face. With a groan, the perp slumped down, unconscious. Yeah, I get a faster shutter speed, my man. Hey, Kano snapped, what the hell are you doing? He stormed over to the man with the sunglasses. The man nonchalantly dusted off his suit. You were ordered to watch and see where these guys went, right? He spoke in fluent Japanese. Imagine that you were a Japanese person who has never been in a situation where you suddenly had to speak to a foreigner. You haven't used English in ages. Your tension grows. You think back to English class in school, but nothing you remember is helpful. You muster up the courage to choke out a statement. Do you... The foreigner responds fluently in your own language. Nihongo de daijoubu desu. It's alright, I speak Japanese. What happened to that Japanese sense of honor I've heard so much about? Who are you? I'm from the U.S. Embassy's Regional Security Office, the man replied. An embassy is where ambassadors from a foreign country lodge and conduct much of their official diplomatic business. Under international law, ambassadors are guaranteed diplomatic immunity, and the embassy grounds are considered territory of the home nation. The U.S. Embassy's Regional Security Office is responsible for the security of American diplomatic facilities and personnel, and provides American citizens in Japan with information on public order. It is located in Akasaka in the Minato ward of the Tokyo metropolis. He presented Kano with his ID. Jack Stanley. Jack Stanley. His title is listed as Security Assistance Officer. Kano glanced at the car he'd shown up in. The license plate was blue with white lettering. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But the ministry wouldn't just send some diplomat to intervene in a police investigation. Kano pulled his phone out of his pocket. Tasayama's name was displayed across the LCD screen. How are things at your end, Kano? I have the suspect in custody. How about you? Tasayama hesitated. Oh, that was our... Oh, we responded to how are things on your end. How are things your end, Kano? I have the suspect in custody. How about you? Tasayama hesitated. Yeah, he got away from me. What about the attaché case? I'm sorry. But he's still gotta be around here somewhere. I'm gonna look around some more. So he lost sight of the attaché case. Tasayama hung up. What's your name, detective? Jack Stanley asked as Kano was... I hope they refer to him as Jack Stanley every time. Was processing this new information. Kano from the Shibuya precinct. Alright, Kano. I'm gonna need you to follow my instructions for the next while. Why is that? Instead of answering, Stanley took out his cell phone and made a quick call. After a few moments, he held the phone out for Kano. Here, permission from your boss, he said. What? Kano squawked. He took the phone gingerly, bracing himself. Kano speaking. You imbecile, what the hell are you thinking? It was Kuze and he was furious. Understandably so, really. Kano had disobeyed a direct order, and for what? All he'd accomplished was losing track of the attaché case. I'm sorry, sir. You really think a sorry's gonna cut it? You're off the force, Kano. Kano slumped, defeated. He had no reply. He knew he deserved whatever punishment he got. Still, orders from up top didn't trump the hostage's safety. If he could have gone back and done it all again, he was sure he'd make the same call. Maybe that meant he wasn't detective material, but so be it. Are you tossing out the dictums finally? That's what I want to tell you, Kuze continued. But for now, I need you to follow the instructions of the guy there, Stanley. Do whatever he tells you. Sir? Kano hadn't seen that one coming. He disobeyed orders. That was undeniable. And yes, he knew he deserved the reprimand. But being ordered to tag along with some stranger who just turned up out of the blue? What the heck? May I ask why the US Embassy is involved in this? No more questions, Kano. Step in line. Please, just hold on. Sir, I have no idea what's going on here. Kuze let out an exasperated sigh. That makes 2 of us, kid. And with that, the director hung up. It sounded like even Kuze didn't have the whole story here, which meant that orders were coming from someplace higher. A foreign syndicate moving the ransom around? The US Embassy? Whatever was going on, it was more than just a local kidnapping case, and Kano was deep in the middle of it. He handed the phone back to Stanley. See, he has 2 first names because they don't know which name to use when referring to him. Do they use the last name, like how Japanese people refer to each other? Do they use the first name because he's foreign? It works out this way. A few months later, 2 detectives from the MPD arrived on the scene. Stanley handed over the fallen criminal to them. You're chasing a bum lead, you know, Stanley said as he watched them carry the man away. What do you mean? Kano asked. I mean, this kidnapping isn't about the money. My priority is the girl's safety. Right now, your priority is doing what I tell you to do. Kano gave him a scowl, but Stanley ignored it. That guy we just arrested? He asked. He tell you anything? No, nothing, Kano said. Really now? All trace of emotion drained from Stanley's eyes. His gaze pierced Kano like icy daggers. It held a glimmer of something dangerous. I mean, this guy did just kick a knife out of some guy's hand. Something Kano had seen plenty of times since he joined the force. He wasn't looking into the eyes of some diplomatic liaison. No. This was a man who knew how to kill, who had killed people before. With some effort, Kano managed to regather his sense of professionalism. He didn't tell me anything, he repeated. I just know that he's a member of some foreign crime syndicate that works out of Shibuya. I probably know some of their hangouts. Show me, Stanley said, cool as an automaton. We'll take my car, the Blazer. American made. Kano wiped away some of the sweat that had beaded on his brow as they headed for the vehicle. It's only 2 doors, but look at how much bed space they have. I only have a 2-door one. I think there are 4-door ones, but I only have a 2-door. He was just sliding into the passenger seat when Kuze radioed over the wireless. Okie dokie, folks, listen up. The childish tone was back in his voice, full force. I didn't catch his childish tone. Kano stiffened on reflex. He knew what that meant. So, Hitomi Osawa has, gone missing. What? Kano couldn't believe his ears. Wasn't Tatano supposed to be protecting her right now? Alright, so this is a part of the reason why I think that Tatano is the person with the gun that's trailing. He told me. First of all, he was supposed to be the one protecting her. We heard this from Kano earlier. If you do not interrupt her and take her away from the Shibuya, from the intersection area, the Hachi statue, with Achi, she gets killed. Like, if Achi ignores it, he hears a gunshot. If he talks to her but decides not to help her, he sees it happen. So, and we know that the guy that is trying to kill them has a detective's weapon. So this is why I think Tatano is behind the wanting to kill Hitomi. Why he wants to kill Hitomi, I don't know. It could be that she is carrying the antivirus for the that one virus that we learned about in Osawa's chapter. And it's possible that she could be like a patient zero situation where she could get really sick from it and release it, and that's why the guy wants to kill her. That's an idea I have right now. Obviously, we still have more to look into, but I like to give you guys my insights, so you know, even beforehand, just to give you a little flavor. Also, Detective Tatano hasn't radio in, and we can't reach him from our end either. No way, Kano blurted out. It can't be. So yeah, Kuze continued. He might have gotten caught up in this incident too. It wasn't like a detective of Tatano's stature to go incommunicado during an investigation. I've seen the word communicado. I've never seen incommunicado, but I know what it means because it's just in means opposite. You know, it could only mean that something had happened to him, something major. I like the use of the word communicado. To be continued. So we're at everyone's point except for Tama, who needs a jump. We need a jump from Minorikawa. This game's fun. I like trying to piece the stuff together. Look at that cat drawing. See, it has like a striped tail, but none of it else is striped, so I considered raccoon. Tama. 12:35. Lock it in. What should I do? Where could the truck that took the burning hammer possibly gone? You know, I just remembered that they didn't see a forklift with the burning hammer take off. They saw it leave via truck. So it just happened that maybe the truck dumped that stuff on the forklift? And they were walking past the recycling center? Because a janitorial person came out. That's my guess, I guess. I'm standing here racking my brain when I hear a voice call out from behind me. Excuse me. Are you, happy with your life right now? I turned to see a woman holding a notebook. Huh? I mean, just... Sorry. Do you mind if I ask you a couple of questions? I do not have the time for this right now. I'm more than a little busy. Oh, no, I mean, I understand if you can't. She's giving me this hyper-intensive stare. I can't tell if she's trying to be intimidating, or if she's actually afraid of me. Something about her is definitely off. Like, way too jittery and suspicious for my liking. Whatever she wants, I'd rather not get involved. I'm actually pretty busy, I say. Look at her fit. Also, this is in April. I mean, it must be a nice day. It's just, she's got a lot of layers. Like 2 skirts, a shirt, a hoodie, scarf type thing. You know, leggings, like... But, I mean, just real quick. Be a huge help, please. I wonder if you could rip the files for the pictures, or if someone has ripped the files so I can get a clean picture of this and make a gif of her bowing. But, please, please. She bows so many times, she looks like one of those drinking birds. A toy bird that functioned by means of a simple heat engine mechanism, causing it to continually dip its head into liquid, and then rise back up. Sometimes falsely claimed to be a type of perpetual motion device. Once a common sight in offices around the world. Offices the world over. Hey, why is it, once a common sight? You telling me big business people don't have drinking birds anymore? Or those clinky balls? I can't feel bad for this poor girl. I guess I can give her at least a few moments of my time. This girl's kind of creeping me out. I decide to ignore her and move along. Well, I know that we need to draw in her notebook. So let's do that. I can't help but feel bad for this poor girl. I guess I can give her at least a few moments of my time. Alright, please make it quick. Oh. Thank you. Thank you so much. She goes back into drinking bird mode. So what was the question? Oh, right. So are you, happy with your life right now? Well, right now, as you can see, I am a cat. That's also a good line. Oh, a cat. Yes, I see a cat. So, yeah, I'll put down cat. She just writes the word cat in her notepad. Right. Thank you. Huh? Are we finished already? Yes. Yes, we can finish right there. She hangs her head a little and looks away. Bye. I like this, like, mural thing that they're standing in front of. Well, that sure was quick. I'm not sure I get what it was all about. Did I really give her enough to be useful? I doubt it, but hey, at least it was over fast. I head off in search of the burning hammer once more. Ducky duck. No matter where I wander, though, I don't spot the truck anywhere. About Trigun? Trying to think of... Trying to think what this would have to do with Trigun. You got me puzzled. There's the cat that shows up in episodes of Trigun. There's always had my suspicions that you're no mere mortal, but I never imagined you were actually a cat. Ah, that's not ringing a bell, but I haven't watched like Trigun since like I own it on DVD. So I bought it and watched it on DVD. God, it must have been like in 2008 maybe. I don't know. You got me there. I only know the broad strokes right now. Now there's only 15 minutes before the demo's supposed to start. I better make my way back to the venue. Maybe Cheery had better luck in his search. She did not. Yeah, so this guy was in Kamen Rider Black. Or not Black, Blade. Kamen Rider Blade, as Watcher Man. I never watched Kamen Rider Blade, but someone pointed this out when I posted a screenshot of him. And they were like, that's Watcher Man. Apparently he was some guy who did a horrible reality show where you had to like live in some place, like some room for a period of time, being like being videotaped and living only what they provided you and stuff or something. I don't know. It was like his chance to try to break out and be famous. So you can think of this as a, a reality star, maybe just trying to get any kind of paycheck you can. I met by back at the break room. I met by Mr. Yanagashita, who positively radiates despair. Oh, I like this. Oh, did you find it? I'm sorry. I tried. Yanagashita's shoulders slumped further at my response. Have you heard from Chiri? I asked. No, nothing yet. I guess she's our last hope. All of a sudden, Mr. Yanagashita holds up a pendant. This situation's rough. I'd like you to wear this. It's a miracle stone, like the one I saw back in the storeroom earlier. This ought to kick up your luck a notch. Now I see that Yanagashita is wearing another miracle stone around his own neck. Using one bit of sham merchandise to help find another. Nice. Yo, look at that rotary phone in the background. That's sick. This is the pinnacle of pitiful. That's what this is. Hurry up and put it on, before the luck runs out. Mr. Yanagashita's eyes are all bloodshot. Somebody tells me that refusing his request wouldn't be wise right now. After a moment's hesitation, I take hold of the pendant. The stone is blue and glittery. Is that Cheery? Mr. Yanagashita squeaks. He whips out his phone. Ah, no, sorry, he mutters after listening for a moment. I think you have the wrong number. Guess this isn't Cheery after all. Okay. And yet he stays on the line. Huh? Oh, that's an excellent face. Really? His tone suddenly does a complete 180. Yes, please, thank you so much. As soon as he hangs up, Yanagashita strikes the victory pose. It's a miracle. Burning Hammer is back, baby. The recycling guy realized his mix-up and returned the boxes to the loading dock. Whoa, for real? You girls did great. Uh-oh. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, did we throw or crash all the boxes of Burning Hammer? I've never seen someone come so close to literally jumping for joy. I'm going to prep the demo room. Tama, you go bring the Burning Hammer inside. With that, Mr. Yanagashita practically flies out of the room. I like the theme of Mr. Yanagashita. No way, I murmur to myself. This thing didn't actually work, did it? We did know that there's some kind of supernatural element somewhere. We know that Tama is using a fake name. We know that she was compelled to buy something from a flea market type vendor or something, like a secondhand vendor. It just called out to her, and that's why she's doing this job, to get money for it. But she has no idea why she wants the thing. She just knows that she needs the thing. I examined the Miracle Stone more closely. I just wanted to catch people up on supernatural things. It just looks like some kind of toy jewelry. I wish that I was actually getting paid my 20,000 yen. Hey, it's worth a shot. With the Miracle Stone still clutched in my hand, I hurry out to the loading dock. Go find the mystery ball. What's Alex Kidd go find? Is it mystery stones or mystery balls? I brace myself before actually stepping out of the door. Are mystery balls the balls you had No More Heroes? What are those balls? It's there. It's really there. The cardboard boxes are scattered all around outside. Hey, at least they aren't all broken. Wait, scattered all around? Okay, they might be all broken. What happened to them? You're the mystery ball? Your ball? I suddenly have a very bad feeling about this. Apprehension gnaws at me as I open up one of the boxes. No! I shriek, and my vision dims. I think there's one bottle. The box is full of bottles of Burning Hammer. All of them smashed to pieces. What about those boxes? It just happened to be only the Burning Hammer boxes that she broke. To be continued. Well, we're going into the next hour. I wonder if the forklift thing would have led her to a bad end, but probably not. It probably would have been the same outcome. I'd say we go for another half hour. I would do anything, whatever it took. Was that sarcasm, wasn't it? That was sarcasm, wasn't it? Time's up. I'll pay you double what they're worth. Any evidence has been covered up. Well, we made it to 1 o'clock, everyone. Or yeah, we made it to 1 o'clock. Everyone is freed up now. I kind of want to go into Sawa's story. I want to see what happens with his meeting with the guy. But look at Tama dance. I have to see if I can find those video files or picture files and get a GIF of Tama dancing. I think that would be a good emote. Okay, if I did get that Tama dancing, would that be better or worse than the Asha dance emote? I want all your opinions. Like, it would be a looping version of Tama's emote. I don't know if it'd have the same readability. Yeah, we'll have to see. Oh, I'm asking if I did get the Tama as a dancing GIF for an emote, would you guys be okay if I replaced Asha with it? Asha's the emote I just posted. Right there. I'm going into Osawa. We're going into the heavy story. We'll get this out of the way, right? The heavy stuff. I don't deserve to be forgiven for what I've done. We may have both done the same thing, but my motives, those were different. And so I don't regret what I did. And yet, if someone were to ask if there was some small part of me that wanted to see the results of my research, I could not deny it. Osawa grabbed his shoes from the entryway and headed for the back door. He didn't want the detectives in his living room to know he was going to meet with Makino. That past Kajiwara was nowhere in sight. Now was his chance to slip away. Gotcha. Speak of the devil. Kajiwara had snuck up behind him. Are you going out? The detective asked. No. I was just... Osawa felt something inside his shoe. Glancing down, he saw a rubber duck stuffed inside it. Is this your doing? I laid a booby trap. Or rather, a ducky trap. Originally a type of lethal trap used during wartime to catch clumsy or unwary soldiers. Boobies. In modern parlance, however, the term frequently signifies a harmless prank, such as setting a blackboard eraser atop the classroom door so that it falls onto the head of whoever opens the door. How cruel. Kajiwara beamed with self-satisfaction. You know, you act like a grade schooler, Osawa said. Indeed, sir. I am a grown man with a youthful heart. Leave it to Kajiwara to yet again miss the point entirely. With a sigh, Osawa tossed the duck at him. Kajiwara caught it nimbly in one hand and stuffed it right into his pocket. I won't tell you that you aren't allowed to leave, sir. All I ask is that you tell me where you've been, and where you plan on going. My work is highly confidential. I'm not at liberty to discuss just anything about... Please try to work with me on this, sir, Kajiwara interrupted. He leaned in, uncomfortably close. There's gonna be a lot of good pictures to choose from for the thumbnail. Do you recall what I said before? About how I'd appreciate it if you didn't keep secrets from me? Osawa hesitated, inwardly debating how much he should share. He decided to tell the truth. Alright, I'll tell you, just leave me in peace. You need to keep this a secret. It doesn't concern you. See, I'm just gonna buy some cigarettes, he lied. I haven't seen Osawa smoke yet. Kajiwara would probably call out this lie. I'm gonna just tell him the truth. He decided to tell the truth. Alright, I'll tell you. Just leave me in peace. One of my colleagues is waiting for me outside. Who is it? I'm sorry, that's all I could say. Could you tell me a bit about what you'll be discussing? Kajiwara leaned in even closer. His eyes twinkled with suspicion. I can't share corporate secrets, detective. Like how you don't tell me anything about the state of your investigation. It goes both ways. It might have been childish reasoning, but it worked on Kajiwara. Alright, the detective said. In that case, I just have one condition. Please take this with you. He produced something that looked like a small transceiver from inside his coat. That's a small transceiver? I want to see the large transceiver. What's this? It's a bug tracker, sir. It'll beep in response to a nearby listening device. I'm just going to meet someone from work. I don't need this. He pushed Kajiwara's hand aside and the bug tracker fell to the floor. Mr. Osawa, you must underestimate the lengths to which these kidnappers might go. For once, the detective's face was all seriousness. Alright, fine. Osawa snatched up the device and headed out the door. Makino's car was parked out front. A driver stood alongside it. Osawa exchanged a wordless greeting with him, then got into the back. He found Makino reclining in one of the luxurious leather seats. Now then, Makino said, what did you want to ask me about? Lighting a cigar, he glanced sidelong at Osawa. I was hoping you could explain the situation to me, sir. In which situation would that be? So he's still going to beat around the bush, even now. Osawa suppressed an urge to shout at him. Are you the one who let the antiviral out of the lab, sir? Yes, that was me. Makino didn't bat an eyelid. So why had he been so coy a few moments earlier? But how? The fingerprint authentication system is almost unbreakable. Getting access to the storage area would... He trailed off as a thought suddenly occurred to him. It was not strictly true that fingerprint authentication was the only means of entry. Osawa and Tanaka had both set up passwords as a failsafe, in case an injured fingertip somehow prevented them from operating the scanner properly. But these passwords were 10-character alphanumeric strings. No one could just haphazardly fumble their way in. Could Makino have sent a request to the electronic locks manufacturer and asked them to unlock it then? Maybe. It kind of reminds me of a barcode battler. It was like a Japanese toy. I think one of them came out in America where you would scan barcodes and generate RPG monsters and battle each other. It kind of reminds me of one of those. They actually made one of those that connects to a Super Nintendo, and I kind of want to get one from Saguraya, but money. No, that requires the approval of 6 board members. And Osawa was one of those 6 people. There really seemed to be no way of getting in without leaving a trace. You're absolutely right, of course, Makino said with a grin, as if reading his thought. I couldn't gain access to the lab without you and Tanaka. But I didn't have to. He exhaled a large plume of smoke. You remember when we released the samples for animal testing? No, it couldn't be. Osawa broke out in a sweat. Ah, but it could, Makino said. I had him divert some of the samples intended for animal testing. Naturally, that didn't leave any record of anything being taken from the lab. Osawa bit his lip hard. He couldn't help but feel betrayed by his company. But why? Makino let out a nasal, one-note chuckle. You don't seem to grasp just how valuable this thing really is. What do you mean by that, sir? Makino lowered his voice. There's a major world power out there that has already weaponized the UA virus. For a moment, Osawa thought this was just a sick joke, but the look on Makino's face told him otherwise. I've been informed that it was recently used on a military installation in the Middle East. Within 12 hours of dispersal, there were at least 800 casualties. If you included civilians, that number jumps to over 2,000. Any evidence of the disease agent and the bomb that delivered it has of course been covered up. Osawa listened in amazement. His outrage that any government would commit such an atrocity not quite suppressing his excitement at discovering that the virus could be propagated by explosive means. He's like, oh shit, the virus can do that. Yeah, I love viruses. Wait, he felt a flush of guilt at his own fascination. The antiviral you created, Osawa, has the potential to render this weapon useless. Right now, Okoshi Pharmaceutical possesses the sole means to combat UA. Makino's lip curled into a boastful grin. Any numbers of countries would love to get their hands on it. The major power in question has offered an unprecedented sum. And that's hardly a surprise. Having a monopoly on the antiviral makes the weapon itself that much more valuable. To Osawa, this was a glimpse into another terrifying world. One he had barely imagined previously. I'm gonna take a sippy of water. This voice I'm doing for this guy is not so great on me. And so you wanted to get human testing over with as soon as possible, is that it? Or, strong voice. And so you wanted to get human testing over with as soon as possible, is that it? Makino shrugged. I explained full well to the locals what the risks of experimentation were, and they were paid in accordance with said risks. They willingly consented to infection with the UA virus. Sophistry, Osawa huffed. Nothing more. You used money to deceive a bunch of poor farmers. Come on, Osawa. Who's being disingenuous now? Makino eyed him with contempt and let out another puff of smoke. I know you, Osawa, and I know you're not really concerned for some bunch of hick farmers. All you care about is your research. The thing that's really nagging you right now is that someone went ahead and did the final clinicals without you. Oh, spare me the ridicule, sir. As a virologist, I have a moral duty to... To what? Makino barked. Go to the media with this? Do you have any idea how much money the company has thrown at your lab to keep it up and running? Osawa's lab has incurred expenses of roughly 30 billion yen in developing the antiviral medication. Okoshi Pharmaceutical spends approximately 200 billion yen per year on research and development. Osawa's work is the single most costly element of that budget. Osawa gaped. I do appreciate all the company has done for me, sir. He spoke so quietly that his voice was nearly inaudible. In any event, Makino said, now that you know about the human testing, I can't let you go to America. He knows about it. How do you know about that? 'Cause your wife. He insisted that I keep his planned relocation a secret, but apparently she told her father regardless. If you insist on making the move anyway, I'll use any means necessary to stop you. Makino regarded Osawa with a bloodshot gaze. Any means necessary? Osawa swallowed a lump in his throat. Sir, you don't mean that my daughter's kidnapping was... Don't be ridiculous, Makino said before Osawa could finish. Of course that wasn't me. Nevertheless, I'll do what I must to keep you in line. Remember that. Understood, sir. I'll turn down the US job offer. Osawa heard his own voice like the thin drone of a tiny insect. He felt utterly powerless. I can't simply take your word on that, Makino said. Do it now. I want to hear you do it myself. He jutted his jaw towards the phone in the backseat console. Alright, he said. He had no choice but to fall in line. Can this wait a little bit, sir? Osawa asked. Maybe he could still find a way out. Maybe if we have enough time, we can maybe slither our way out of this. Can this wait just a little bit, sir? Osawa asked. Maybe you can still find a way out. You already know what my decision is. You already know what my decision is, Makino said. His tone carried an edge of intimidation. Osawa didn't reply. He simply stared at the telephone. He felt like an insect who'd had all its legs plucked off. You need to think about your wife, too. Magno's words were barely above a murmur. Realizing that his boss was speaking as Ai's father, Osawa couldn't bring himself to resist further. He reached out for the phone. It would be around 10 p.m. local time for the American firm. He decided to call his contact's personal phone. The headhunter was shocked to hear that Osawa wanted to decline the position. When he pressed for the reasons behind the decision, Osawa hung up. Visibly relieved, Makino lit up a fresh cigar. Sir, there's one thing I don't understand. And what's that? Osawa's head was feeling fuzzy. The smoke inside the vehicle had gotten extremely thick. If someone has this top secret information, why wouldn't they threaten the company as a whole? Why send those emails to me personally? I'm not sure. There's an internal investigation already underway. We'll find the source of the leak soon enough. At this point, though, Osawa wasn't sure knowing who originally leaked the info mattered all that much to him. If you beg my pardon, sir, Osawa said. He put his hand on the door handle. A sudden high-pitched chirp sounded from his pocket. The bug tracker Kajiwara had given him had picked up a signal. Is that your cell? Makino asked. Oh yes, that's mine. He hurriedly hopped out of the car and reached into his pocket. Is everything alright, sir? Oh, is everything alright, sir? The driver was still waiting outside the car. He leaned toward Osawa, looking concerned. Was it you? Osawa stepped close to the driver. Did you send me those emails? What are you talking about, sir? Don't play dumb with me, Osawa said. You're the only person who could have planted a listening device on a company car. Listening device? The driver raised an eyebrow in confusion. What are you after? Sir, what are you talking about? Who told you to do it? Tell me. The driver fled back into the car. Osawa clutched the bug tracker hard as he watched the vehicle pull away. He went back to his house, still gripped by confusion, to find Ai waiting in the entryway. She must have gotten home while he was out. You were with my father, weren't you? She sneered at Osawa as he slipped off his shoes. Yes, I was, he replied. And it's over. What's over? She knows damn well what. He struggled to contain his irritation. America, I'm not going, he huffed. Oh, really? Well, that is good news, she sounded sincerely pleased. Maybe a little more pleased than Osawa cared for. I need to go finish up some work things, he mumbled. He hurried to his study up on the second floor. He threw himself down in front of his computer. There hadn't been any progress on the investigation, as usual. Just how long was this all going to go on for? Were all kidnapping cases this drawn out? A specialized victims support team belonging to the Special Criminal Investigations Unit has been deployed at Osawa's house. The members of this team are all specialists who have received training in such skills as negotiation, high-speed motorcycle and automobile driving, running phone traces, special communications, and phone records acquisition. Osawa was growing more and more uneasy. He could barely contain himself at this point. Wasn't there anything that he could do? He glanced over at his monitor. That's an idea. He could look up kidnapping investigations on the internet. That might give him some insight into the current situation. Kidnapping, police investigations, hostages. He typed 3 keywords into the search field. The engine pulled up over 100,000 hits. He scanned the beginning of the list for anything that might be useful. So folks, back in the day in 2008, the search engine was useful, and you could actually get like actual responses. It's very different from now. One of the site links caught his eye. How'd the police do it? It looked like a page containing information on various types of police cases. He clicked on the link for kidnapping cases and began to read. Even if the hostage wound up safe in the end, the site informed him, the police lost faith if the culprit got away. And if the hostage were killed and the kidnapper evaded capture, the media would have a field day. This made apprehending the suspect an absolute necessity. Even if a person's life was on the line, when it came to a kidnapping case, the police prioritized making the arrest. Taking his hand off the mouse, Osawa sat back and thought. He wasn't going to be able to relax until he heard Maria's voice again. But if the police prioritized arresting the suspect, why were they just letting things stay in limbo now? Didn't they have the crooks under surveillance? He couldn't wrap his head around that. The internet hadn't been able to give him the info he hoped for after all. Unable to do anything for Maria but wait, he turned his thoughts to how his opportunity to transfer to the US had passed him by. The research facilities in America would have been top tier. Some part of him still couldn't quite accept what had happened. He stole a quick look back at the door, then surfed to the Aya Kamiki fan community for people 40 and over. Whenever something was weighing on his mind, posting to these forums seemed to turn his mood back around. Alright, so in 2008, there was not Discord, and you had to go to like a forum, aka a message board, and that's how you talk to other people. And I'm just messing. But he needed to do something to calm and quiet his mind. He started a new forum topic. In the title field, he wrote, Ai Kamiki, expanding into the US. With Ai Kamiki still at the height of her popularity, does anyone else think it would be exciting if she ventured into the American market? Oh, you talk to people in IRC? Of course, yes. Well, that's when you wanted, like, instant gratification. You'd use IRC. And if you just wanted a one-on-one with people, you just use ICQ or AIM. or send an email. God damn, do I want to send an email? I never want to send an email to any person. I had to DM someone on Twitter the other day. I didn't want to do that either. I know I would. She's not the sort of artist who deserves to be confined to Japan. She should be recording at an American studio staffed by the industry's best. I'd love to see her career really take off over there. He wound up getting into a little back and forth of himself. Hopefully he'd get a response from someone else soon. A sudden shrill noise startled him so much that he nearly cried out. His heart fluttered like that of a young child who'd been caught in some prank. Realizing that the sound was coming from the bug tracker, he pulled it from his pocket and took a few breaths to steady himself. Evidently, someone had bugged his study as well. Tracker in hand, he walked toward the center of the room. What direction was the signal coming from? He tried heading over toward the window. Here, maybe? Next, he headed over to his desk. Here, too? The bug tracker was picking up signals from all over the room. Had there been that many listening devices planted in here? Mr. Osawa, it's Kajiwara! Ah, perfect timing. Osawa hurried to let the detective into the study. The bug tracker is picking up signals. No. Yes, from all over the room. What should I do? Mr. Osawa, please calm down. As if that's even possible right now. It feels like there must be 10, no, maybe 100 listening devices in here. Kajiwara didn't miss a beat. Let me be honest with you. That bug tracker is broken. What? Osawa was dumbfounded. Broken, but this is the one I got from you, right? Well, yes, but mine isn't detecting anything. Kajiwara produced an identical bug tracker from his pocket. And as he'd said, it wasn't getting any signal. As I recall, Mr. Osawa, that one was dropped on the floor when I was trying to hand it to you. Ah, yes, that's right. That must have been what broke it when it broke, sir. The strength ebbed from Osawa's body. He didn't even have the mental energy to be angry anymore. He gave the tracker a whack with the palm of his hand, and the beaming stopped. Right, he said. What can I do for you? Kajiwara clapped his hands together, as if he just remembered something. Ah, right. We have a big problem. The toilet again? Osawa sighed. No, it's not that. It's something worse. Kajiwara's face turned grim. Something worse? Had something happened to Maria? He needed to hear the detective out. There's no way it could be that important. Osawa didn't need to listen to this clown. I think we do need to listen to Kajiwara. Had something happened to Maria? He needed to hear the detective out. What is it? Osawa asked. Go on, tell me. He did his best to remain composed. Well, you see, we ordered lunches for everyone, and it looked like there were two still left over, so I wound up eating them. There was an awkward pause. Osawa didn't have the foggiest idea of how to respond. My deepest apologies, sir. I ate the lunches intended for you and your wife. Kajiwara bowed profusely. And I really do need to apologize. They were tonkatsu bento boxes, and they were delicious. The meat was so tender, and the batter so crisp. I'm surprised I don't get a clickable thing for tonkatsu. With each and every bite, the rich flavor just filled my mouth more and more. Osawa felt a blood vessel burst in his skull. Is that the sound a blood vessel makes? Listen, you. Get your goddamn act together, or... He didn't get to finish that thought. A pathetic little gurgle sounded from his stomach. The plums in the icebox poem? I can't say I'm familiar. Ah, see, Kajiwara said. You are hungry. He fussed sheepishly with his hair. At the talk of food, Osawa realized abruptly that he hadn't eaten anything since the night before. Shall I make something for you? The detective asked. This is all my fault, after all. You can cook? Osawa wasn't sure how thrilled he was with the idea of Kajiwara helping him. You mustn't judge people based on outward appearances, Mr. Osawa. Alright, fine. Go right ahead, then. What's this? PoetryFoundation.org. William Carlos Williams. This is just to say, I have eaten the plums that were in the icebox, in which you were probably saving for breakfast. Forgive me, they were delicious, so sweet and so cold. I can see how you would come to that, yeah. Alright, fine, go ahead then. His newfound hunger was making it hard for him to think. It would certainly behoove him to eat something. He led Kajiwara to the kitchen. That's a good apron. What's with the getup? Wearing an apron in the kitchen is a must, sir. The cartoon character printed on the apron Kajiwara is wearing is one of his own design. It is modeled after the MPD's mascot. His name is Pinpo-kun. Hi, Pinpo-kun. Alas, it isn't while I'm naked. Naked? Oh, are you not familiar with the concept of the naked apron? The state of being entirely naked save for an apron. A form of cosplay. The views from the front, rear, and sides all offer a certain appeal, but caution must be advised, as it may be difficult to stop arguing about which presents the loveliest sight once the topic is raised. There are similar more sexualized naked styles as well, such as the naked sock, the naked shoe, naked necktie, naked ribbon, naked scarf, naked collar, and so forth. I can demonstrate it to you, if you like. No, that's quite alright. Where'd you get the apron anyway? It's mine, sir. Have you had it with you this whole time? Yes, in here. With a smile, Kajiwara pointed to his pocket. Of course, Osawa eased himself into a chair. His hunger was making him feel weak, and Kajiwara was making him feel like he was losing his mind. Oh, this is bad, the detective said. I need to whip up something up for you fast. Something's definitely wrong if you don't even have a comeback. Osawa felt his anxiety mounting. Just what sort of food was this insufferable oaf going to make anyway? Probably nothing worth eating was his bet. For now, he just had to pray he wound up with something edible. Maybe it's just better to ask Tanaka to make him lunch instead. Since Ai's lunch was gone as well, he should probably ask her to make something. Well, we do seem to have a bit of a homoerotic relationship with Tanaka, and I bet he would make us lunch. I don't want to see Ai make lunch, but I do want to see Kajiwara make lunch more than I want to see Tanaka. For now, I just have to pray he wound up with something edible. Kajiwara peered into the refrigerator. Goodness, you are remarkably understocked, he said. Let's see, could you please put these in the dinger, Mr. Osawa? Named for the sound a microwave oven makes when it has finished heating your food. The microwave at my house doesn't really go ding when the timer reaches zeros, though. It's more like a beep, but it doesn't make sense to call a microwave a beeper, when that's already a word that refers to something else. The detective handed Osawa some frozen lumps of rice. The dinger? What the heck is a dinger? The microwave oven, sir. Osawa stepped in front of the microwave. Unfortunately, he had no idea how to work the controls. You should thaw that rice out as soon as possible, Kajiwara told him. I'm actually not sure how to operate this thing. What? The detective gasped. You don't know how to use a microwave? Osawa could only nod in silent shame. It should just be as simple as turning the dial. Wait, which one? That one, sir. The one on the right. Osawa turned the dial, then crossed his arms with a satisfied grin. Mr. Osawa, you need to put the rice in first before you do that. Well, then why didn't you say that? Osawa snapped. This guy went to this guy went to university. How privileged was he? I've never worked in the kitchen in my life. Don't ask me to do things that are this difficult. Oh, I like that their microwaves have a rice, recommended setting. Very well, I'll handle this from here. Why don't you get out the bowls and the chopsticks then, sir? I have no idea where the hell those are kept. Kajiwara let out a heavy sigh. Alright then, just please sit and wait, sir. And here, take this, he said. Kajiwara pulled out a sheet of bubble wrap from his pocket. Use your fingers to pop the bubbles. That should help you calm down. Too drained to argue, Osawa did as prompted, starting to pop his way along the sheet. Yay! Rather than calm him down, though, it was making him incredibly cross. That's impossible. That's like the perfect remedy. This felt more like a sort of ridiculous punishment. They say you can learn a lot about a household by looking in the fridge, you know? Kajiwara was cooking something in the frying pan. And? Osawa asked. Just what have you learned about mine? I better not say, sir. You might take offense. Osawa snapped another bubble between his fingers. Ah, the rice is finished thawing. Kajiwara topped the steaming bowl of rice with the fried egg he'd whipped up in his pan. Then, as if it were an afterthought, he added some pickled vegetables. Here you are, sir. Your fried egg on rice is complete. One of Kajiwara's simple recipes. Others include his white spaghetti, which is simply spaghetti that's been flavored with butter, salt, and pepper after it's been boiled. Both are a bit too basic to be properly called cuisine, but it does take a certain skill to bring the best flavor out of the ingredients with such simple seasoning. Kajiwara grinned from ear to ear. Go ahead, eat it while it's still warm. Osawa received the bowl with a dubious look. You aren't very good at cooking, are you? He said. All you had in the refrigerator were eggs and pickled vegetables, sir. I assure you, it's quite delicious. I recommend breaking the yolk and mixing it all together. Reluctantly, Osawa brought a bite to his mouth. I like Kajiwara's pose. It's a very good pose. The words came out almost unbidden. Unbidden? Unbidden. Isn't it just? Egg yolk and pickled vegetables pair quite well. Yeah, I mean, it's a decent Osawa face. It's a good Osawa face. We don't have a lot of good Osawa faces yet. But it's a very excellent Kajiwara. Like the whole thing about Kajiwara. Osawa couldn't help but stuff his face, slipping into a rapturous daze as he did. If this is food, what have we been eating? The more he ate, the more it stirred his appetite. I had no idea fried eggs could be this delicious. I know you probably have a long ordeal still ahead of you, sir. But please, keep your chin up and hang in there. Kajiwara gave Osawa an amiable smile. Ah, that's right, he continued. And for dessert, we have bananas. No, thank you. Kajiwara grimaced as Osawa held up a hand in refusal. Right then. When you're finished eating, would you please wash the bowl? Me? Wash dishes? Osawa exclaimed in surprise, sounding like a petulant child. If someone else cooks for you, you should do the cleaning up. It's only polite. Fine, okay. While Osawa was doing the dishes, the bug detector went off again. Director, if you have a moment? Tanaka poked his head into the kitchen. I've got something urgent to discuss with you. That's an excellent keep out zoom. Well, we had a lovely lunch provided to us by Kajiwara. So it's possible that Takano has the bug on him. We'll have to find out next time, though. I think it's been about 4 hours, so I think we should be wrapping up shortly here. Yeah, I'm looking at it's like 1 a.m. here right now, so I'm gonna call it early because I started early and I wanted to get to bed at a decent time because I needed to get up tomorrow for a doctor's appointment. Part of your head was just thinking, what if the Burning Hammer guy ends up with the ransom cash somehow? I mean, anything is possible, right? I'll have to find out. So I want to get the files for Tama, but I probably won't look at it until... I probably won't look into getting the raw files from this game until I beat the game. Because that... looking through raw files usually means seeing every picture in the game to find what you want. So I can't do it until I've beaten the game. But I think getting an animated Tama, even if it's just a Discord sticker or a Twitch emote, I think would be a good time. Because she's cute. Yeah, next time we'll come back. Maybe we'll start with Tama. Just to balance out the Osawa. Even though this Osawa chapter was mostly humorous, they also had some heavy shit with his boss. And his wife. Mostly his boss. I went to the wrong screen. I think it's because I'm not used to going to the widescreen screen. See, when I go to retro, I go down to the ending scene. But when I'm in widescreen, I go to the other scene. That's okay. So what's up, everyone? This is actually next week's schedule. You guys are getting like a preview of it. I'm gonna close the game while I'm talking with you all. Alright. So next week, it could change, but I believe that Tuesday, we're gonna play the indie classic. I use classic really loosely. Banana na Baba. Banana na Baba. Banana na Baba. A boss rush kind of game. You just fight bosses. I guess it's not boss rush because you don't have to fight all the bosses in one go. So a boss attack game. where you're a banana the baba, I guess. I don't know. If you know it, you know it. If not, you'll see it Tuesday. I don't know how else to describe it. It's pixely, it's chiptune-y. It's from like 2006, I think, or something. So very like, it's either like 2006, 2007 or something. It's very like close to like YouTube. YouTube launched and now you could upload game videos. So Banana Baba ended up on YouTube in its early days. Wednesday, we're gonna go back to the PCFX. We haven't gone to the PCFX in quite some time. I think last FFV February we looked at PCFX. We looked at Zen Nihon Joshi, the All Japan Joshi female. Joshi means female wrestler in Japanese. Well, it's shorthand for it. We looked at that game. That game got translated, but it got machine translated. I don't know if I'll look at the game in machine translation anytime soon. The biggest thing that happened was the manual got machine translated. And the manual teaches you how to play the game. Like, I think there was a move list online, but that only does you so much if you don't know that there's actually like a secret level, that a secret stat that has to build up before you can do certain moves and things like that. So I learned that from the manual. So I would like to go back to the game with this new knowledge that I have. But for now, we're gonna play Team Innocent, which is it's 3D environments in it's like 3D pre-rendered environments, static camera, but your sprites, your playable characters are sprites, and it is like a Resident Evil Alone in the Dark type adventure puzzle game. It got translated last December or last November, something like that, or maybe even last month. It might be that recent. I'm not sure. But it's recently translated, and I don't get a lot of chances to play a translated PCFX game, so I'm gonna take that chance. Friday we're gonna play a Japanese doujin game to kind of split off from the American indie games or the Western indie games. I shouldn't say American because most of the games we've been looking at were like from Swedish people. Like I think Niflis is Swedish, and I think Cactus is also Swedish. So. Anyway, this is gonna be Hydra Castle Labyrinth. This is a search action game in the style of a Maze of Gallius, and I think it's perfect for getting me ready for playing Maze of Gallius later this year. The idea I think is gonna happen is that we're gonna do Maze of Gallius as a group of people that haven't played it or don't remember anything. I'm in the don't remember anything category, I think. And we're gonna try to solve the puzzles ourselves through good old teamwork and ingenuity. I don't know how that's gonna work. I don't know if people are gonna guest on things, or we're all gonna play at the same time, or play around in the same week and then like have like a cloud notes taking kind of place. I don't know. We'll figure that out. And if that doesn't happen, I'll just play it by myself. There are guides that are like spoiler-free guides that let you try to puzzle it out yourself, I think. That give you a little hints, but there's no use of trying to come at Lama Lana without a guide or by yourself. And so hopefully with enough people who are great, smart gamers, we'll all figure it out together. And this weekend, if we get to it, I'd like to play more 428. I really should try to do 2 nights in a row on the weekend. But I find that Saturday is kind of a hard day for me, which is why we used to stream on Sunday nights anyway. But I know Sunday nights can be difficult because of work the next day and things like that. Happy to give nudges if needed, but if you're in a group, I feel like you're not going to get stuck either. Oh, you zoned out for a bit? Plama, we're gonna do Lama Lana sometime next year with a group of people that haven't played it or don't remember anything about it. I watched it get played, but I only watched the old version, and I was back in like 2006. This is like the birth of YouTube or whatever, so I don't remember a goddamn thing about Lama Lana, and that was the original Lama Lana too. I remember that there's like a Gradius minigame, which is not in the real Lama Lana, the remake, and there's like a Tokimeki Memorial reference, and that you collect MSX cards, and none of that's in the remake, so that's all I remember. And I also remember the music. I kind of remember the weapons, but I don't remember where you get them or anything. So yeah, we're gonna tackle it as a group in hopes that we can solve the puzzles ourselves without using a guide. We're gonna have our own little circle of puzzle solving going on, maybe. I don't know. I gotta talk to Isby about it. She might have just said it as a joke, but I was gonna play La Mulana this year anyway. That's what all these indie games are kind of leading to. As well as I've played Maze of Gallius in the past. I've played a few MSX games that are very Maze of Gallius, search action kind of stuff. And I'm gonna play Hydra Castle Labyrinth, which is also one of those type games. Probably not as obtuse as La Mulana. I remember finding the Wikipedia article that used the term Search-Troidvania? And I hate it. I hate that term. That wasn't Search-Troidvania. It was Puzzle-Troidvania? What was it? It's in the Metroidvania Wikipedia article. I guess it's under Fez. Here we go. The term Metroidvania was first coined to describe a subgenre of games characterized by progression systems, which are gated entirely or at least primarily by player knowledge. Metroidvanias. And I hate it. I hate the term. I don't like Metroidvania, but I get it. I get why people use it. I get it. What it means. It's been in use for so long that it's easy. It's cemented. I get it. I still like search action. I know some people don't like it. They don't like the mouthfeel, or that's what Japanese people use, is either that or they use Metroidvania in like katakana. But I like search action because for me, search action describes games that can be like the non-linear, where you get keys and stuff, like a platformer, that you get like abilities to open paths, but I wouldn't call it Metroid or a Castlevania. You would only allow the definition if they were talking about passwords. Now, they're talking about games like Fez and stuff, where it's like, you could solve it right then and there if you knew the answer. You know, that kind of shit. You're not gated by, like, you need the bomb jump. You need blah, blah, blah. You're gated by knowledge. I get what they're going for. First of all, Metroidvania, bad name. But a terrible name. Second, yeah, I just hate it. I just hate the name. But yeah, I like to use search action just to describe games that don't quite, like, it's hard for me to describe a game that came out alongside Metroid. Like the Scheme came out 2 years after Metroid, right? And it is considered a Metroidvania, but like Metroid wasn't established yet, right? The rules of Metroid were Metroid 1 and maybe Metroid 2. I don't know what the time frame. No, I think it's a year before Metroid 2. I think Metroid 2 is 90? Fuck, I don't know. Either way, it's weird for me to like, and like even if you look at regular Metroid, it's like, can you call this a Metroidvania? It's, you know, there's not a lot of gates in that game. You're gated by missiles, and you're gated by high jump, and you're gated by ice beam. And I think those are the only gates in the game, right? There's more items to get. I guess bombs, but like you get bombs at the beginning, so it's like not really a gate item. I don't know. The bombs are there to teach you that there will be paths that you cannot complete and that you need to get an item. There's no spider ball in 1. That's in 2. And like I said, I don't think 2 was out yet by the time like a game. Well, I'm just talking about Metroid 1 right now. But I also think about games that came out, you know, based on Metroid 1, but maybe don't fit the definition of Metroidvania. But yeah, there's no spider ball in 1. I don't know if that's a thing they added in Zero Mission. Zero Mission has a lot more Metroid-y things going on. But Metroid 1 is just totally happy. It's just like, yeah, you can go here and hang out in these giant vertical shafts and not find anything. Yay! I'm trying to think of collectibles. And like, you can get better beams, right? But they don't open anything. There's no like plasma beam doors or anything in Metroid 1. The only doors in Metroid 1 are regular blue doors and missile doors. There's no super missiles and there's no power bombs. You get screw attack, but there's no screw attack blocks in Metroid 1. Pretty sure. Do you get space jump? I think you do, but I don't think there's anything blocking. I think the only thing blocking... No, you don't get space jump. Sorry. Yeah, I don't think there's any screw attack blocks. I don't think the screw attack gets you anything. That's what I mean. Like, when you look at Metroid, the actual gating systems in that game are unlike Super Metroid. Where Super Metroid has a lot of gates, where he's like, you need this, and you need that, and you need this. Yeah, I don't remember how required the high jump is, but I believe you need it. I could be wrong. Obviously, you could probably glitch past it. I think you need it even for like the final to get to what's the place with the that they shoot Cheerios and Mother Brain is at? Because you kill Ridley and Kraid, and that path opens up, and you have to like high jump out. You have to high jump. There's like a lava pit and like a hole, and you fall in the hole and then jump out of the lava pit. And I think you need a high jump for that, but you might be able to cross it without those two there. Actually, now I think about it, you can do that. So I don't know what the high jump's for. Anyway, I've been talking for a long time. Right, the lava is there if you are trying to be cheeky and like ice beam, because you can lead an enemy in there and you can ice beam that enemy and get around the statues, the blockers, and you can get to Torian faster. And you can probably do it without ice beam. I don't know if you can damage boost it. I'm not sure. I'm sure there's some crazy low percent speed run that's just like go straight to Torian, beat game. You would need missiles though. I don't think you can crack Mother Brain's jar open without missiles in Metroid 1. Or in any of them. Probably. I don't know. I have only played Metroid 1 and Metroid 2. Metroid 2, you get to fight the Metroid Queen. That's pretty cool. I mean, it would be pretty cool if the Metroid Queen just stopped showing up in other games randomly. But I digress on that. It's hot in here. It was really cold this last couple weeks, or this last week, and now temperatures have gone back up and my AC is not on and I'm hot in this room with the computer and the streaming gear and the lights and everything. So my throat is sore from talking at you and doing funny voices. It's all your fault for making me do funny voices. I'm gonna raid you into BBH. Yeah, I'll make sure to get some good hydrate. Once the stream ends. Thank you though. I know Lord BBH will probably be going for a bit longer. He's doing the retro achievements. I guess sadly right now he's on Street Fighter. That's usually when he's wrapping up. Is when he's doing Street Fighter, Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo achievements. Let me take that back. Let me try again. Oh, we can go to yeah, we can go to Hikanoa Guild. I don't get to raid them very often because I'm usually not up. I want to play this game he's playing. He's playing Astlibra Revision. It sounds really cool. I have it on my wish list. I keep waiting for it to get a bigger sale just because money is a problem for me right now. It's like a side-scrolling action RPG that's been like a labor of love for this one guy forever. And he used to use like RPG Maker assets at one point. And that's what the revision is. It's like a remake of the game to not have any of the RPG Maker stuff and be completely original stuff. Some people say that the art looks like it comes from multiple places, and that's true. The art does come from multiple places. Anyway, good evening, good night, good morning. Have a safe one. Have a good one. Enjoy pointing at people. Bye-bye.